Could something please work? Oh, there it goes. So, I don't know, I've been getting learned the last couple days. 64-bit assembly and shit, and then ARM assembly. The ARM processor is an absolute piece of garbage. It is terrible. It is so cheap. It is an absolute piece of shit. Oh, ARM assembly is gonna suck ass. Alright, so assuming I make some progress today, I'll just like move this turtle a little bit. That's way too far. Just a little bit. There we go. People are like, oh, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. No, it's not about the journey, you freaking idiots. It's about the process. It's all about the process. Alright, so like, I've been reading on threads and stuff. I've never made threads in assembly yet. I've been reading on them the last like couple days, whatever. And you can read about something, but doing it is actually doing it. So I'm actually going to start doing it in assembly. Your mom jokes, they're not funny. But like, anyways. Why is malloc so slow?
It's always complained that malloc is slow.
So like, I'm gonna make a thread in assembly in a second, and I'll actually be able to test this. So what I think is that these software developers telling us that the problem is threads in synchronization, I think that's absolute bullshit. I think these people are fundamentally stupid, and they think we're all stupid. So they pick the one thing. The one thing that would seem plausible as a scapegoat, and they're like, oh, it's because of like thread access and locks and stuff and mutexes. And it's like, no, I don't think that's true. I think it's because they're really stupid and they don't know how to design software. The people that make C language and the languages, not the people using them. I'm talking about the people that make the system. The people that make this thing called an operating system. You know, like these people.
Watching who writes software for a living. The Linux kernel has decades of institutional knowledge. Terry built something comparable.
So like, institutional knowledge and stuff. The institution is fucking retarded. The dumbest, stupidest fuckers. Like, they are so stupid, it's not even funny. To even call this shit an operating system is a joke. It doesn't even operate, let alone is it even like systematic in any way. The only thing it systematically does is nothing. It does nothing good, it does nothing efficient, it does nothing fast. The only thing it systematically does is like waste time.
What is the hidden cost you think of?
Ah, Stewie, a brilliant question. Malloc, or dynamic memory allocation, is like trying to find parking in a very crowded lot. When your program asks for memory, say to store...
Writing programs sucks. Because you gotta write a program designed by the stupidest people. And these people think we're so stupid. And we are. It's because their design, their system, is so shitty. It has nothing to do with threading and management. It's because they don't know what they're doing. They literally do not know what they're doing. So I can like make a thread finally in assembly, and I'll be able to test this. I'll be like, oh, would you look at that? These people are fucking stupid, and they're lying. Or I'll be like, oh wait, no, they have a point there. I think they're stupid, so I guess I'll find out. I'll make a thread in a second. And like an actual thread, it still has a kernel involved, except it's more real than a C language thread. Oh, threading in C is shit.
An array of data with an unknown size at runtime. Malloc goes hunting for a suitable contiguous block. This searching itself takes time. But the real cost? It's fragmentation. Imagine your memory gets splintered into tiny, unusable gaps after many allocations and deal allocations. Future malloc calls might have to search even longer, or fail if no large enough contiguous block exists, even if there is plenty of total.
The people designing this shit, they're so dumb. They're so stupid. Oh my god, they're so dumb.
Memory. Plus, every call to malloc usually involves a system call to the op.
And then they're like, hey, the problem here isn't our design. It's physics. It's not that we could write better software to work around the physics. No, the problem is physics, not that we're retarded.
System, which means a context switch, jumping from user mode to kernel mode and back. That context switch alone adds significant overhead, especially.
Oh, these people. Intelligence is way over their head.
In high-performance computing scenarios or operating systems where hundreds or thousands of allocations might happen every second.
So, fragmentation and context switching. Is there
Oh, I hate stupid people.
anything else that makes it especially slow, like in multi-threaded applications?
Absolutely, Stewie, you hit on a crucial point. In multi-threaded programs, malloc often needs to protect its internal data structures with
What an excuse. What a stupid excuse. I'm not calling the guy that made the video stupid. He's just reading what he's told. And the people telling these stories. That this is why it's so slow. You stupid fucks. You fucking liars. You guys are dumb as fuck.
or locks to prevent race conditions. When
You know why there's race conditions? Because you people don't know what the fuck you're doing.
multiple threads try to allocate memory simultaneously, they can
God damn, it's not that difficult, you stupid fucks. Oh, of course the problem is locking and like mutexes. Not that you people are fucking retarded.
for that lock, blocking each other. This serialization can severely degrade.
Well, why would you make a serialized design, you fucking retards? And then you tell everyone else, you're like, hey, the problem here is serialization. It's not that we don't know how to make C++. It's not that we know how to make a system for you to use. It's that we are the system, and we don't know what we're doing, so you're fucked also. Because we don't know what we're doing. And the problem isn't that we don't know what we're doing. It's freaking, serialization. That's the problem. No, the problem is that you guys writing the system, you don't know how to write code that's deserialized. Because you're slow.
Performance. This is why specialized memory allocators exist.
Special. Nobody thinks retard jokes are funny. Probably because they don't know they're retarded, so I won't, whatever.
Like gem at
Like your mom.
ACK or TCMalloc, used by Google. These are
I think it's like genetic too. So it explains why you wouldn't know.
to be thread local, meaning each thread often gets its own private memory pool, reducing contention. For instance, in a high-throughput web server or a database engine, replacing the default glibs KIM malloc with one
glib sucks ass. It's so bad.
these alternatives can yield significant performance gains because they minimize
Your mom also sucks ass.
blocking overhead and manage fragmentation more intelligently. Here is a pro tip. Some container run like those in Docker or Kubernetes might use these optimized allocators by
Optimize this shit to call this shit optimized. How stupid. That's like stupid on stupid. Oh, it's so stupid.
default, but always verify your specific environment for critical applications. Or you could implement a memory pool,
Oh, everything's so dumb.
pre-allocating a large chunk of memory and managing smaller allocations.
Yeah, that makes sense. Call malloc using their shit, and then deal with it up front because you can't fix their shit because their stuff is shit. Oh, it's so stupid.
Within it, bypassing malloc's overhead entirely for frequently created small objects. So the next time you write code, think about your memory allocation strategy. Like and
So you gotta think about your memory allocation strategy. Because a serialization of memory allocation was not thought of for you. Because the people that designed it, they're slow. As in, retarded. That's what slow means. And they actually know they are. Because what they do is they blame it on thread locking, race conditions. No, that exists because you designed a serialized infrastructure, setup, whatever you want to call it, because you're slow. And nobody knows how to update stuff. Nobody knows how to do something from scratch because they're slow.
subscribe for more deep dives into the hidden costs of
So, Linux, whatever, Linux, Windows, all the same thing. No, I'll place it a second. So I'm sitting here calling people retarded. I'm just gonna pay the cost up front. Because nobody likes being called retarded. It's hypocritical for me to say it and then have people say it to me. So whatever. Okay, so like JavaScript engine. Okay, so Microsoft, I'm gonna put them out of business. Because I'm retarded. What do I know? I mean, what could one person possibly do? So anyways, I'm gonna put Microsoft out of business. So that means I need a strategy. I need a plan here. So I kind of have a plan, but this is like my in-between plan. Because the actual plan, I'm not gonna like actually put that out there. But it's like something along these lines. So basically, I need to make JavaScript obsolete. And I need to put Microsoft out of business. So like Microsoft, they need to go. Why does Microsoft need to go? Well, because I don't like them, and because they have like a negative net impact on society. So like morally, doesn't really matter. I don't know, it doesn't matter. The reasoning behind anything doesn't really matter anyways. At least it gives one. So like Gary Cadell. Man, this is just not highlighting.
Gary Allen Kildall, KLDL, May 19, 1942 to July 11, 1994, was an American computer scientist and microcomputer entrepreneur. During the 1970s, Kildall created the operating system CP/M among other operating systems and programming tools, 5, and subsequently founded Digital Research, Incorporated to market and sell his software products. He is considered a pioneer of the personal computer revolution. 6. 7. Kildall Information Park, Pacific Grove, California. In 1974 in Pacific Grove, California, Kildall demonstrated the first working prototype of CP/M, which would later become the dominant operating system for microcomputers for a time. 8. Together with his invention of the BIOS, Basic Input-Output System, his operating system allowed a microprocessor-based computer to communicate with disk storage.
Wait, did he make the BIOS?
Together with his invention of the BIOS Basic Input-Output System.
Alright, IBM, they're on my shit list too. So Microsoft, IBM, and then what? Atlantic Records?
Oliver Trinikel, June 29, 1993 to June 14, 2026, was an American singer-songwriter, rapper, and record producer. Born in Santa Cruz, California, Tree signed to Atlantic Records in 2017 after his song When I'm Down went viral.
Alright, so Atlantic Records, you're also on my shit list. And so is Adobe. I'm gonna make sure you guys go out of business by being a better business person. You can call me retarded. I give no fucks. Because it's gonna happen. Alright, so like Gary Cadell. I'm not sure if he designed the BIOS. I don't want to say something I'm not sure about. I gotta look into it. So like he based CP/M off some other guy, whatever. But he didn't like take his thing. He like used the ideas from someone else as like an inspiration. That's different than just stealing something. Oh, and then OpenAI and Anthropic. You're also on my shit list. The shit end of the stick stinks. So anyways, man, I got like a bunch of really bad jokes to not say, so I'm not gonna say them. But it'd be funny. Okay, so Gary Cadell made CP/M. He was inspired by someone else's design. He didn't just take it. So IBM and Microsoft, you know Bill Gates. Here is this guy's memoir, Gary Cadell. So like he was a teacher and a businessman, and then IBM and Microsoft, they royally like fucked him over, whatever. because they are retarded. So if I look for the word wallet in his memoir, it shows up one time. So, you know who likes money? You know who loves money? It rhymes with Bill Gates. You know the butter guy that makes, it's not really butter, but it's butter. Butter? I mean, if I was gonna eat butter, that's the last kind of butter I want in my mouth. This is Bill Gates butter.
The spirit of the entrepreneur is alive and well. More
Yeah, no, it's not.
boss. This we're going to talk with three of what we call
The spirit of the entrepreneur is not alive and well. Not when people like Bill Gates and other opportunists go around fucking people over. Especially when they fuck over good people, like Gary Cadal. I mean, what an absolute, or Sam Altman, what an absolutely shit thing to do to humans is to fuck other people over. Sam Altman with like, oh, it's fair use. It's fair use to take the public domain data, not pay people, not give credit. It's fair use to make an AI. That's not even AI. It's fair use. It's not fair use.
adventure capitalists about what it takes to take the big play.
In the word capitalism, is an excuse to do bad things. They're not capitalists at all.
And we'll start with 28-year-old William H. Gates III, who was a teenager, co-founded Microsoft Corporation, now the world's foremost producer of computer software.
Who also hired Russian hookers, at least two, from Epstein. Did I say Russian? Russian hookers.
Bill Gates took responsibility for his actions and addressed his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a meeting with. Bill Gates admits to affairs with Russian women amid Epstein Row. www.u-tube.com. Watch. February 26, 2026. Bill Gates has now spoken out. The Microsoft co-founder has admitted to having affairs with two Russian women and has apologized to staff at his charity.
So as a co-founder, he founded his foundation off stealing from Gary Cadal.
Bill Gates admits affairs with two Russian women, denies. www.timesofficereal.com.
And he's not even faithful to his wife. What an absolute piece of shit. First off, he's a unfair, thieving, opportunistic businessman. And then he's not even a good husband. Just the worst of both worlds.
In the incredibly competitive software business,
You guys are gonna go out of business. Oh, I swear to God.
Microsoft writes the rules. Its operating system More than 90% of IBM's personal computers.
Microsoft writes rules. An artist has to find the rules to intentionally break the rules. That's literally all an artist is.
And it will provide much of the software for Macintosh, Apple's
Now I know.
Why are you dressed like Shrek?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude.
Oh, it'll take too long to find. Somewhere in here, though, he talks about Atlantic Records and how they don't support artists and all that shit. So I don't know, like, Atlantic Records also on my shit list. He, like, legitimate artist.
computer. While some think that computers are dehumanizing, at Microsoft, people...
No, what's dehumanizing is taking other people's work, not paying them for it, and then calling it fair use, or just using it straight up and stealing it with IBM. That's dehumanizing, not the computer itself.
are the assets Microsoft employs.
So I'm gonna more than dehumanize Microsoft. Dismantle's not the right word. I'm gonna make sure Microsoft dissolves. Along with OpenAI, Anthropic, Atlantic Records, Adobe, basically every company on my shit list. I'm gonna do it fair, competition-wise, actual capitalism. I'm gonna go after their money too. So like, how the economy works. Is there is a fixed amount of currency that flows, goes around and around and around. You know what? I gotta like get something done. Okay, so like if done correctly, I can like siphon the flow. And end up with more money in the end. And all these other people, Atlantic Records, Microsoft, Bill Gates, the stupid fucker that said like, have nothing, be happy. You will all end up with less. All of you. Each and every one of you. I promise. And like, I don't make promises I can't keep. So I fucking mean that shit. Just like how Sam Altman said, Fair use. He meant it.
500 people, and it's very careful about whom it hires.
Oh, these people like real stupid.
The very brightest people we can find who care. The kind of people who really sort of wrap their mind around whatever they're doing, and they get involved and they think about it,
and they make serialized fucking programs, and then they blame it not on their poor programming skills or their inability to rewrite it. They blame it on like race conditions. No, make a new fucking system, you idiots. What a dumb excuse. And then say, hey, that's why software development sucks for everyone else. Not because we make a sucky environment. That's not why. The problem here is that we're gonna fucking scapegoat and blame it on things that have nothing to do with the environment because we're retarded. And half of us are criminals. Bill Gates is an absolute piece of shit.
it sort of lives with them all the time.
Employees are proud of their work. Richard Brody says being a programmer is something like being a novelist.
It's really just like writing a novel, except perhaps even better because...
Yeah, because novels, they're serial. They start from one point and go another. They're not multi-threaded. They're not designed for actual performance. They could be, but that's really difficult. And nobody really knows how to do that. Because they're slow.
The characters you create, the lines of code you write get...
Programming is not a book. It's a functional operation. There are people who want to make fucking art on this shit. And you can't make that art because you're limited by the fucking hardware itself. Not even by the hardware, by the fucking software.
Banded by this great piece of hardware.
People do take their work seriously, if not always themselves. And not everyone works 9 to 5. They often work at night, and they often work much more
And they probably don't get paid.
hours a day. The future of Microsoft is in the hands of its programmers, and what they're programming are new computer applications like an innovative...
But when someone comes in to compete and they go out of business, that's not going to be in their hands. It's going to be called like out of their hands or like slipping through their fingers.
word processing program called Microsoft Word.
They fucking stole WordStar or some shit.
And a flight simulator for a Cessna 182. But Microsoft's biggest push involved self-programming at the age of 13 was a drop.
I wonder when like his whole like Russian hooker thing started with Epstein. What did that start, like 1820?
At Harvard and started the company we've just described at the age of 19, now 28. What are your annual revenues at Microsoft?
We're expecting to do just over...
And then one day I'm gonna make butter that's not actual butter. It's gonna be made out of splooge.
100 million this year.
At what age did you yourself become a millionaire?
Well, Microsoft's a company owned primarily by its employees, and it's not easy to put a value on it.
I wonder what value he puts on his marriage. Or his children. To like cheat on his wife like that. I mean, like, how much value does he actually put into his fucking company?
Our first big contract was in 1975.
And you were, what, 20?
21.
Yeah. Are you kind of half telling me, though, that you're not in it for the money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money. It's a...
Oh, really? He's not in it for the money. Bill Gates is not in it for the money. Alright, so Gary Goodall. This guy he like royally fucked over. And then he ended up dead. He like fell at a bar. and then died.
Gary Allen Kildall, KLDL, May 19, 1942 to July 11, 1994, was an American computer scientist and microcomputer entrepreneur. During the 1970s, Kildall created the operating
So like his death and legacy. Bill Gates, IBM, they totally fucked it over. Just like how like Atlantic Records tried to fuck over Oliver Tree. So, all you guys on my shit list, oh, be ready. Gonna get fucked so hard.
Death and legacy edit. On July 8, 1994, at the age of 52, 11, Kildall sustained a head injury at the Franklin Street Bar and Grill, a biker bar in Monterey, California. 43. The exact circumstances of the injury are unclear. Various sources have claimed he fell from a chair, fell down steps, or was assaulted because he had entered the establishment wearing R in Monterey, California.
How could it be those are three... Those would be like three entirely different kind of like injuries. They're not even related. How could it be possibly... How could the variation... You know what, whatever.
Meant wearing Harley-Davidson leathers. 23. Harold Evans, in They Made America, states that Kildall stumbled and hit his head inside the premises, and was found on the floor. 7.
Oh, of course he did.
Computer Chronicles, Activenture, the Electronic Encyclopedia, Prometheus Light and Sound. After the injury, Kildall was discharged from a hospital twice. He was pronounced dead at the Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula on July 11, 1994. An autopsy, performed on July 12, did not conclusively determine the cause of death. 44. Evans.
How do you not determine the cause of death from an autopsy? That's absolute bullshit. I have an aunt who like fell and died, and she hit her head. A big mess. And they found out it was like an artery that burst. So like it wasn't the falling, it wasn't the hitting the head, it wasn't the freaking fracture. It was the artery that burst, and then it caused all that. How do you do an autopsy and then not come to a fucking cause of death?
An autopsy, performed on July 12, did not conclusively determine the cause of death.
That is absolute bullshit.
Evans states that Kildall's head injury triggered a cerebral hemorrhage, causing a blood clot to form inside the skull. 7. ACPMU's Net Frequently Asked Questions states that Kildall was concussed due to his injury and died of heart failure.
Those are This is so stupid. So like, when people die and hear about it, like firsthand, it's like people, you know, you talk to doctors and you like, hearing this is bullshit. They're talking about after what actually caused him to die, not what actually did it. So anyways, Bill Gates, absolute human piece of shit, and he knows he's a piece of shit, and he's perfectly fine with it.
Though that you're not in it for the money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money. It's a much more...
A little, like, almost smile on his face. He's not in it for the money. He was sure in those Russian hookers from Epstein. That's what he's into. So Gary Cadell, this is his memoir. He like suspiciously died. Autopsy, not conclusive. Wallets found on one page. Alright, so here is Gary Cadell talking about Bill Gates, the guy that's not in it for the money.
Money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money. It's
Gates and I spent time that day in Monterey driving the Central California coastline while we talked of business possibilities. He wanted to relocate but had not decided where. We talked of merging our companies in the Pacific Grove area and we both took that into consideration. Our conversations were friendly, but, for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
a much more
Money? Or what, 20?
21.
Yeah. Are you kind of half telling me, though, that you're not in it for the money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money.
But, for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
Okay, so I left off here.
Shooting?
Peter, why do computer scientists always complain that malloc is slow?
And then got into like Bill Gates, all that shit. Atlantic Records, you're on my shit list. This is an artist. Alright, so artists. So really, I don't know very much about Coding Jesus. But like I've talked to him on stream a couple times. Live stream, whatever. On his stream, not my stream. Except I think he thinks too much about what people think about him. It's like he had a nose job because how he appears, how other people see him is very important. And then in this video, he's talking about, is it some Davis, Terry Davis? And he admires Terry Davis because people perceived Terry Davis to be crazy. Because Terry Davis actually had schizophrenia, so he was crazy. So Coding Jesus, he admires that people had a perception of Terry Davis, and Terry Davis still did what he did. So, as my assumption, I don't know, what do I know? If Coding Jesus, if he stopped thinking about what people think about him so much, like Oliver Tree, he didn't care what people think about him.
Why are you dressed like Shrek?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I've run out of ideas and I've run out of budget. Clearly, you can see I'm doing my own makeup now. I don't even have anything. I mean, the paint dried too, and I was in the toilet in the restroom trying to paint it on with my fingers, bro. I was finger painted it on. Things have just gone downhill since I've seen you guys. Clearly, things are going well for you guys, so I'm happy for that.
Why are you dressed like Shrek?
I don't.
So like, if you care less about what other people think about you, then you wouldn't have to like admire Terry Davis so much. And I'm pretty sure you could do a ton of like really cool shit. So anyways, that's just my assumption, what do I know? A nose job though, that's no fun. I like had like a nose job repair surgery. Like not by choice. I like took skin from my ear. Oh, that was not fun. Okay, so anyways. He's gonna talk about Terry Davis, I think. And about like Terry Davis. So Terry Davis, he didn't really make an operating system. He kind of took DOS and then modified it. But it still takes a ton of effort and know-how to be able to do that. So like the people that are running C language or the modern operating system, not the people that like use it or like make stuff off it or make variations of it. I'm talking about the people at the bottom level. The people like actually doing it. The people that say, oh, the problem is that malloc is slow, and the reason is because of like thread locks. That's why. The fucking liars. And they tell everyone, hey, this is why it's slow. And then they say, the problem is serialization. Is the problem serialization? Or is it thread locks? Or is it because you have a piece of garbage that's serialized and you're trying to thread lock it? Because you're retarded. And then you leave the developers, us. You leave us having to do that. We have to like fucking thread lock and do all this shit because that's how you designed it. You people that designed this stuff. Oh, it's so frustrating. It makes like developers' lives so difficult. And then we don't even like just tell us the system is shit. Tell us that you're retarded. Tell us that you can't make a better tool for us. Don't say it's because of thread locks and race conditions. No, it's because the people that designed the modern operating system, C++, they wrote a story.
It's a much more exciting field than trying to measure.
Now the world's foremost producer.
The characters you create, the lines of code you write get expanded by this great piece of hardware.
And it's all serialized. It was never designed for the use that we need today. The computers, the software is so out of date. And then telling us that, oh, it's because of race conditions and mutexes. That's not why. So I'm going to make threads in a second, and I'll actually be able to test this for once and all.
What is the hidden cost you speak of?
Because maybe I'm entirely wrong. Who knows? It wouldn't be the first time. So it takes a whole bunch of people to like develop malloc and all shit. The modern system. So Gary Cadell, he took DOS, he modified it, and then Coding Jesus, he's gonna like talk about for a second. I'm gonna like, I gotta clean up some code. And then I'm gonna make threads. So I asked Chatbot last time. And then it gave me code to make threads. So I haven't tried this. This is like a week ago, I think. So I've been reading PDF files. My eyeballs are bleeding. I'm tired of reading PDF files. So now I'm gonna actually test this stuff. So I'm gonna test threading in a second, and then I'm gonna clean up this file, and then... So I called the system itself, not the people using it, not the developers stuck on the system. Okay, first though, JavaScript engine. Alright, so it's all about the process. Oh, this program is garbage. This program is also garbage. Oh, everything is garbage. I am finally going to be able to make my own software. And it is going to be perfect. People say it's toxic to say perfection. Whatever. Oh, it's not achievable. Oh, yes it is. Does Journey have a unit? Dang it. Okay, it does. So people are like, it's not about the destination. It's about the journey. Because the journey gets you to destination. It's not about the journey. It's about the process. The process. It's all about the process. If one man knows anything about the process, it's Oliver Tree. And it freaking audio died, damn it. This is a 64-bit computer. 24 gigs of RAM. It wasn't released yesterday. It is an old computer. But it has 64 gigs, 64 bits, and 24 gigs of RAM. It is absolutely pathetic that the sound software keeps crashing. Pathetic.
Why are you dressed like Shrek?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I've run out of ideas and I've run out of budget. Clearly, you can see I'm doing my own makeup now. I don't even have anything. I mean, the paint dried too, and I was in the toilet in the restroom trying to paint it on with my fingers, bro. I was finger painted it on. Things have just gone downhill.
This guy knows what the process is. Not about the journey or the destination. It's a process. And then again, what do I know? Okay, so I'm gonna use this program because the other one's shit. This one's also shit. So whatever shit that works is what I'm gonna use, I guess. So JavaScript engine. So I'm gonna call it a JavaScript assembler because engine is connotation the right word? It's used like too broadly. So this my JavaScript engine, it's not based off any of the open source shit that Chrome uses for V8. It's all written by me. And it's extremely fast. Oh, it's so much faster than Chrome. It's not even funny. So it's 32-bit. I gotta finish converting it to 64-bit. And I need this software done so I can stream working on this without showing my code. Because then people will steal it. And then people like Sam Altman will be, hey, it's fair use. Because he's a fucking thief. Just like Bill Gates.
Did you yourself become a millionaire?
Well, Microsoft.
Are you kind of half telling me, though, that you're not in it for the money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money. It's a much more exciting field than trying to measure exactly.
Sam Altman, he's like, oh, AI is gonna cure cancer. Oh, it's for the general public to help people. It's not about the money. And they started off nonprofit. No, it's about the money. And Sam Altman, I'm gonna take all your money. I'm not gonna take your money. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna capitalize on the system. And then I will end up making the current bigger, if that makes sense. So the money you have ends up being less than what's in the system itself. So I don't have to take your money. I just have to like pump the system with actual new shit. And you will end up with fucking pennies. Compared to what it's worth now. Alright, so like JavaScript assembler. I need to finish up the lexical analyzer.
AI Overview, a lexical analyzer, or lexitokenizer, is the first phase of a compiler. It reads raw source code character by character, strips out comments and white space, and converts the meaningful groupings of characters into categorized units called tokens.
So I need to finish up the lexical analyzer because that's like the top layer of JavaScript engine. So there's also a parser in here. There's a couple other layers. Except it goes down into the JavaScript engine. Or assembler, whatever. So like this collection of layers, I guess is what you would call a program. Or like a product, whatever. I can't fast forward. Dang it. Okay, so like JavaScript. So this is the 2009 ECMA, which is a JavaScript standard. This is 2024. So like 2009 is 252 pages for the standard. 2024 is 816 pages. So it's all about the process. I'm gonna go through this standard first because it's smaller to get like chunks of it set up, and I'm gonna go through this one. And I'm gonna go to the newest standard because it's all about the process. So in the end, I'm gonna end up with a JavaScript engine. Except it's not about the destination. Even though ultimately that is what I'm gonna make. It's about the process. So, I've been looking into like how companies like stage projects or products and all that stuff. and wasting my time getting learned. Alright, so like, if I was talking about like the iPhone, for example, the iPhone CPU. So Apple puts this on their phones, okay? They have like a home screen. And then they put on their laptops. So it's like the same CPU, but different like branches, whatever. Goes to the same core. So Adobe. What programs does Adobe even have? Like they make it, they start it, they end it. They have so many different programs. Alright, so like Illustrator, Creative Cloud, Premiere Pro, I don't know, whatever. So Adobe has like a base C++ library, whatever. And then they have the different apps on top of it. I think I mixed up the colors. Except what they end up with is like if you ever use Photoshop. So Adobe's on my shit list too. You think, hey, why don't they just make one program that does it all? And it's like, that makes total sense, because really they have like one thing. And there are different branches, whatever. It might not be exactly like this, but you get my point. Same core. So JavaScript engine. So I need to put Microsoft, Atlantic Records, Adobe, everyone on my shit list out of business. So what I need to do is I need to apply pressure. So there's like a ton of different ways. And this way would be, I would prefer to do this way. So basically, but it's more complicated than this. Okay, so I'm gonna go over I get something done. Alright, so first off, I have to apply pressure. Because these companies on my shit list started by terrible people, and they're maintained by terrible people. Doing the most terrible things to someone like the most wonderful people.
Our conversations were friendly, but for some reason, I have always felt uneasy around Bill. I always kept one hand on my wallet and the other on my program listings. It was no different that day.
And time changes.
It was no different that day.
Except people need to make that change. The change is coming. So I need to apply pressure. So if I make JonsScript, where it's like a variant of JavaScript, which is why I have to meet the entire standard. Because first off, there is no engine that exists that meets the whole standard. None. They call themselves JavaScript engines, except there is not one single JavaScript engine that meets the entire standard. Because they're incompetent and they are retarded. And at the end of the day, they don't give a single fuck about the developer or the customer. They don't care that websites are so expensive. They don't care that you have to spend your time. They just, why would they? Why should they? Well, they should, because someone could come in and like take their spot and put them out of business because they won't be able to compete. And then they literally set themselves up for the whole thing to play out. And then again, what do I know? I'm just one person. There's a mass chatbot.
With mainstream JavaScript, Eng 100% satisfies the current ECMA 262 JavaScript standard, or NYOD the ACMA 262 standards. By 100% I mean 100% support tail call optimization proper the whole thing, and every single thing in the spec. While being fully dynamic, not some duct-taped hack job called JS that is not actually JS. List a single JS engine that does so, or if not, list that none have ever done so, and the point of the ACMA 262 test suite that is not a shared bug list correct because they are JS but don't actually meet the spec. So that is not a way to make sure N9s have the same bugs to rem and buggy compilant because they don't know how to meet a standard with so many people and so many things running of JS and so much money spent on websites and time to develop on. Developers end, are they retarded slow to even call our engines JS if they can't meet the spec? Or does the people running what they call a system and set standards so they think we the developers are retarded and slow for accepting this, and do they think the people buying websites are slow and retarded? Because who would pay so much FPR a website?
So either they think we're retarded for accepting it, or the customer and the developer, we are actually retarded. Because there's no excuse for the slop. And what is slop? Slop is what chatbot makes. So like, thanks to chatbot, we know exactly what slop is in the year 2026.
Short answer: no mainstream JavaScript engine has ever achieved 100% ACMA 262 conformance. No engine has fully implemented every required and optional behavior across every edition of ACMA 262, including proper tail call optimization, PTC. Examples.
Why? Because these people are slow, and they're fucking us all over.
V8, Chrome, Node.js, not 100%, does not implement proper tail calls required by ES 2015 strict mode, has many deliberate deviations for performance. Why? ECMA 262 is a language specification. Engines are implementations. Passing a test suite does not mean same bugs forever. It means, given this defined behavior, implementation behaves according to the specification. The official test suite is not a shared bug list. It is a conformance test collection. Tests required language behavior, finds deviations, prevents regressions, documents edge cases. So the ECMA 262 test suite is not a shared bug list. Then why have it if there is a standard? Because it's a shared bug list. Do not lie to me. No lie, calling it a shared bug list is partly true in one sense, but wrong in the official purpose. The ECMA 262 test suite, test 262, is not designed as, here are the bugs every engine should have. It is designed as, here are tests that describe what ECMA 262 requires. Run your engine. If it fails, your engine differs from the standard. Why have tests if there is a standard?
No, if it fails, it differs from the shared bug list, not the standard.
If it is not, here are the bugs every engine should have. Then running the test should determine if they meet the standard, not other tests across other browsers and their results. It's a shared bug list. Because the ones making it are slow putting everyone else through hell. You were pointing at a real tension in standards work, a strict interpretation.
Okay, so anyways, no one meets the standard ever. They never have, they never will. Until I do it. And it's all about the process. So, what I would like to do is make a JavaScript engine. Well, actually, it's more I gotta get something done. Except it's more complicated than this. I'll go after in a second. Then I'm gonna get something done. Okay, so JavaScript, JonsScript. There's gonna be other layers in between. So there's a bunch of layers, but in the end, it goes down the same core. So I have two products. I have JonsScript and then JavaScript. And what I need to do is apply pressure. So I was thinking like I'd release JonsScript as like free. And I'll take donations. And if I release that for free, what I have is an engine that is actually 100% capable of running actual JavaScript. Because I'm going to meet the whole standard, the whole entire thing. Be the very first one to do it. Because it's about the process. So, during the process, I'm going to have a complete JavaScript engine. But I'm also going to have all the extras. So have the very first actual pure 100%, hey look, it's possible, you stupid retards, to make a wholly compliant engine. I'll be the very first. This would be awesome. And then I can release JonsScript as a variant of that standard, which means my engine, JonsScript, will be able to do everything JavaScript does, except it's also going to have like extended instruction set support and all like goodies and features that are not available in JavaScript. So I'm going to have all the extras that JavaScript will never have. So like threading and stuff, that'll also be in my engine. JavaScript engine. Or JonsScript engine. So I will have a fully compliant whatever. And then I'll also have JavaScript. The very first 100%, I'm going to stream the whole thing from start to end. So people could test it after, except I'm going to stream it and then I'll go through the entire standard from front to back. I'm not going to make your mom jokes. But from front to back, the whole thing.
Five, 1, 5, 3 optional symbols. The subscripted suffix apt, which may appear after a terminal or non-terminal, indicates an optional symbol. The alternative containing the optional symbol actually specifies 2 right-hand sides, one that omits the optional element and one that includes it. This means that variable declaration.
So I'm going to go through the entire fucking thing. I'm going to meet every fucking bullet point. The entire thing, and I'm going to stream it. And I'm only one person. I am one person. One person. There is no excuse Google, with all of its money, can get away with being absolute shit. The way that Google takes open source and then they pull up the ladder, I'm not sure if Google is on my shit list, but they might end up being. Except Microsoft, for sure, on my shit list. So I'm going to stream going through and having the very first 100% JavaScript engine. 100% actually meet the standard, like actual legitimate engine. Because all these engines right now, they're bastard pieces of shit. It's an absolute insult to tell the developer and the customer who has to pay so much for a website and has to spend so much time developing. Be like, hey, it's on you. For our shit, that's on you. Just deal with it. Absolute shit. Alright, so if I release my engine for free, and it has all the bells and whistles that this garbage doesn't have, there are so many things that run off JavaScript. So I need to get to programming. Except all these things run off JavaScript. And companies, they need money to exist. Unless you're like funded by the government, then that's like that free government money. So all these things that run off JavaScript. That's dissing. That's dissing. Alright, so all these things, they run off JavaScript.
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps. HTML plus JS apps internally. Netflix TV apps heavily JS-based. Car dashboards. Some infotainment systems. Embedded Chromium. JS UI layers. React-based dashboards. Parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech, ATMs kiosks, many airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium plus JS app full screen, streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS driven, medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs, frequently browser app, local Electron shell, node backend, aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often web stack, game launchers, Steam web components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers, embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps, IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTS, Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler, even parsing other languages, servers. People forget Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation, entire companies backend JS now, weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems.
Entire companies have backend JS now.
Entire companies backend JS now.
That includes OpenAI and Anthropic. Man, it would suck to be on someone's shit list because you're a shit company. It really would suck. So this computer that I'm on right now, it is from 2009. So this is a 17-year-old Intel i7.
The Intel Core i7.
It copied to the clipboard. Why does changing the tab cancel the text-to-speech? Oh, that's stupid.
The Intel Core i7-860 is a first-generation desktop processor released in September 2009, featuring 4 cores, 8 threads, and a 2.80 GHz base clock, up to 3.46 GHz in turbo. It is a legacy processor best suited for basic, everyday computing rather than modern, demanding applications.
Alright, so this is a first gen 860 2.80 GHz, 32 gigs of RAM. So I like where it says on here,
It is a legacy processor best suited for basic, everyday computing rather than modern, demanding applications.
so JavaScript is a modern, demanding application. It can't even meet the standard. Man, software's pathetic. Oh, I'm gonna put you guys out of business. You're gonna go down hard, so fucking hard. Oh, it's gonna be fucking amazing. Alright, so I'm developing on a 17-year-old AMD first gen i7 64-bit. Because not everybody has the world's greatest CPU. And even when you have the greatest CPU, the software is not using it. So when I run Node.js, it ends up using like 25% of the CPU, because this CPU has 4 cores. So
Suited for basic, everyday computing rather than modern, demanding applications.
modern demanding applications demand 1 core. They barely even scratch the surface of the CPU. The performance is absolute shit, especially when it comes to video rendering. Do you know what? It is so hard to be an artist and to make stuff with this trash called like art software. It's fucking insulting. They literally must think the customer and the developers are retarded and stupid, because we must be.
It is a legacy processor best suited for basic, everyday computing rather than modern, demanding applications.
If it is a legacy processor, that means JavaScript, which is a
Modern, demanding application.
it's so modern and demanding that OpenAI and Anthropic have to use JavaScript to make their AI, to feed it to the video card, and then to run it, to do the in-between steps as it's running and passing things to the GPU.
Entire companies back in JS now.
And then JavaScript is only single core. So OpenAI, all these shit companies, they run off JavaScript. And this piece of shit that it's, I guess you would consider modern and like
Modern, demanding application.
it's not. It is literally not. It is the slowest piece of shit. It only uses 1 core. So like the CPU goes up 25% and that's it. So this is a 17-year-old computer. So what I believe is that you get what you pay for. And if you're not pushing the hardware to the limits, unless of course you need like battery saving mode, they could like turn on, turn it down, and then But like, not being able to like crank it up to use the entire CPU, every single extension available on that CPU, because that's what you pay for when you buy a fucking CPU. Especially when you buy expensive CPUs to do expensive things, because you, like a normal computer can't do it. Software that doesn't do that, just what even? It's 2026. This CPU's been out for 17 years. 64-bit computer. It is not being pushed to the max. So I'm going to be pushing this computer to the maximum. And then all the new ones. So I'm going to go up from the last 17 years. And I will have like an actual collection of a really fast fucking software. Really fast. So companies need to make money. And companies that are running JavaScript right now on the newest computers, I guess you run multiple fucking virtualizations and they all just like waste money context switching. How fucking stupid. So all these companies, you know what you need to make a business or to keep a business going? You need money. You need money to run a business. So all these, they need money to run a business. Every single one of them.
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps. HTML plus JS apps internally. Netflix TV apps heavily JS-based. Car dashboards. Some infotainment systems. Embedded Chromium. JS UI layers. React-based dashboards. Parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech, ATMs, kiosks, many airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium plus JS app full screen, streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS-driven, medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs, frequently browser app, local Electron shell, node backend, aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often web stack, game launchers, Steam web components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers, embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps, IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTS, Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler, even parsing other languages, servers. People forget Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation, entire companies backend JS now, weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems.
Trying to like man, I thought, oh, I'm gonna find this and run this real quick before that finishes, but it just finished. So if I could find this and just be done. I'm tired of monologuing. It's gotta do the thing. Alright, so all those things, they run JavaScript. You could have the newest CPU or the oldest. It doesn't matter. Whatever you have, no matter how much money you spend, JavaScript and tons of other software. you're not getting what you paid for. And you have to make money as a business. And the more money you make, the more you can expand, if that's a plan. Because not all companies have to expand or whatever. Alright, so. I'm going to run Node.js. And it's just caching the thing. It didn't even run it again. So whatever. 25% of CPU used. So even on the newest CPU, it's only using 25%. All these companies that use JavaScript, all of them, they have to make money. And this garbage is not cutting it. So if I release JonsScript for free, and people switch over to it, because it's faster and it's also JavaScript compliant, and I'm able to run JavaScript but also have all the extra bells and whistles. And JavaScript is absolutely slow as shit. Which it is, and always will be. And everybody's making money that uses JavaScript. Making more money using my software. They will end up using JonsScript. Which means JavaScript ends up obsolete. Because why would you use JavaScript? It only uses 25% of the CPU. It's not even standardized. Oh, it might actually run it now. It's definitely cached. Why would you use JavaScript? So that means if people start switching over to JonsScript and stop using JavaScript, then JavaScript starts to like phase out because there's no money in slow garbage that doesn't even utilize the full CPU on older hardware or newer hardware. And then I can sell to the web browser my engine, except well, when I sell my engine, then they'll be able to have JavaScript and JonsScript. So what I do is I release this. For free. To disrupt the ecosystem. To make it faster, more stable, more secure. So companies can actually make money. Actually use the hardware that they pay money for. And then, as the system gets disrupted, because anybody that still uses JavaScript, all these people,
Desktop apps. Many major desktop apps use Electron, Visual Studio Code, Discord, Slack, Postman, Obsidian, Microsoft Teams. Whole desktop UI equals HTML, CSS, JS. Smart TVs. Many TV interfaces. Samsung Tizen apps. LG WebOS apps. HTML plus JS apps internally. Netflix TV apps heavily JS-based. Car dashboards. Some infotainment systems. Embedded Chromium. JS UI layers. React-based dashboards. Parts of Tesla UI stack use web tech, ATMs, kiosks, many airport kiosks, self-checkout systems, restaurant ordering systems, run Chromium Plus JS app full screen, streaming devices, Roku channels apps, smart TV apps, set-top box UIs, often JS driven, medical systems, hospital dashboards, scheduling systems, monitoring UIs, frequently browser app, local electron shell, node backend, aircraft systems, not flight critical control, but maintenance tools, cabin entertainment, scheduling dashboards, often web stack, game launchers, Steam web components, Battle.net, Epic Games Launcher, large JS UI layers, embedded devices, routers, admin panels JS, printers, web dashboards JS, security cameras, config UI JS, NAS systems, Synology QNAP interfaces, giant JS apps, IDES developer tools, massive ecosystem, AS tooling, parsers, bundlers, transpilers, written in JSTS, Babel, ESLint, Prettier, TypeScript compiler, even parsing other languages, servers. People forget Node.js runs, APIs, auth systems, chat servers, streaming infra, build systems, automation, entire companies backend JS now, weird places, casino machines, digital billboards, subway train displays, hotel TVs, crypto wallets, drone control dashboards, robot UIs, industrial monitoring systems. People forget.
You know what people forget? They forget the losers. Because the winners, they get to write the history. Microsoft, all the companies on my shit list, you had your run. So, all these companies that use JavaScript, that switch over to JonsScript, they get a huge speed boost in performance, security, all that. Full CPU utilization. Older CPUs, newer CPUs, everything in between. While JavaScript is designed for the highest end systems, it doesn't support shit because I can't even run Opera on this OS install. There's nothing wrong with this hardware. There's absolutely nothing wrong with working hardware.
You can't use this version of the application Opera app with this version of macOS. You have Mac OS the 11th of July 2010. The application requires Mac OS 12.0 or later.
Nothing has changed, hardware-wise, except companies, they develop only for the newest stuff, not even to support it. At the end of this, the whole thing, whatever, of an operating system. It's about the process. And I don't mean like, oh, I'm gonna make an operating system. I mean like an operating system. Like the operating system that Bill Gates stole. The audio crashed again, that's cool.
To put a value on it. Well, Microsoft's a company.
At what age did you yourself become a millionaire?
Well, Microsoft's a company owned primarily by its employees, and it's not easy to put a value on it. Our first
You were what, 20?
21.
Yeah. Are you kind of half telling me though that you're not in it for the money?
I don't think anyone at the company's in it for the money. It's a
What a lie. Man, the audio is dead, it's just not working. Oh, this operating system is absolute shit. I need to get this stuff done. Testing. Because I got a bunch of fast shit. I gotta make software. I have companies on my shit list. Make the world a better fucking place. Because no one else will do it. I guess they're all retarded. So I'm gonna release JonsScript. Free, apart from the web browser. Then the web browser, anyone running JavaScript, that'll be a separate product. So Google, Chrome, all these other companies, they can pay money for the JavaScript. So I make two separate products. I release this one for free. I take donations. And then anybody that uses my shit, it does not pay me money. I'll sue the fuck out of you. And then I'll also sell JavaScript, the variant, where this is not free. This is gonna be extremely expensive. I mean, it's gonna be, you think Adobe's expensive? My software, if it's not JonsScript, it's gonna cost arm and leg of like several employees. Like, you think AI is expensive? So basically, two products, same tree. But they all lead up. Is it Kuda McGraw? Whatever the fuck it is. Eventually to an operating system. So like Joe Biden said he wanted to like boost the economy from the middle out. Or some shit. Joe Biden, he's fucking retarded. He like cheated on his essays in college because he's retarded. I shouldn't like say it's like Joe Biden because he's retarded. Okay, so he said like he's gonna fix the economy from the middle out or middle bottom out, whatever. So I don't know. I'm gonna release 2 products. One's free. One of them doesn't have JavaScript, but it does have it, but it's like a module of it. And then the other one is JavaScript. So why would I do that? Well, because there's a lot of things that run off JavaScript. A whole lot of things. The audio is dead. Let's work. Man. So a whole lot of things. It's 2026. A working, functional operating system should not be too much to expect. It really shouldn't. It really, really shouldn't. Except all these things run JavaScript. And to switch over to a new, better syntax, I would assume it's better. That also has JavaScript in it. Because there's going to be a bunch of add-ons. If I'm going to disrupt the system, I need to be like responsible. And I have to release a variant of the engine that's still compatible 100%. So I'll release the pressure because you need money to run a business. And you're not getting that from JavaScript. But you will be able to get that from JonsScript. So I apply pressure that way. And then I sell the cure to their bullshit as a separate product. So they can buy JavaScript. So then they'll be able to run JavaScript at comparable speeds to JonsScript. So that way, they run at like almost the same speed. Like performance-wise, right now JavaScript is like 25% at least. It only uses 1 core. Imagine that. Except JonsScript, which is going to be 100% compliant with the actual standard, the very first engine to do that. I'm going to stream the whole thing. That'll be 100% compliant. And it'll also be 100% fucking faster. Well, way more than 100%. So, anything running JavaScript, those companies can pay money. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be extremely expensive. But they can pay money to get a faster JavaScript. That just so happens to be sold by me, the same person applying pressure, by making a separate language that's almost like it, that actually does all the same stuff but better. But then that way, all these things that run on JavaScript, they'll be able to like still run JavaScript and not update until they have to update. And then when they do update, then they can like drop the JavaScript syntax because JavaScript is gonna die. Alright, so like, I don't know, it's like 2 products. So apply pressure and then sell the cure to their bullshit. So I can disrupt the system, but then I can fix it at a cost. And it's not gonna be cheap, it's gonna be really expensive. And the companies on my shit list, they're on my shit list. That doesn't change. But there's some companies where there's a little bit of hope, and then maybe I could like make a deal with them. That depends though. Depends on the day, the weather. Man, it would suck to be on someone's shit list who has so many things they're gonna do. It would really suck. So it depends on the day, the weather, the time. If I'm hungry, if I feel like it, if I'm in the mood, who knows? But anyone on the shit list, freaking Microsoft, freaking, you can kiss your ass goodbye. Oh, text to speech doesn't work. Oh, whatever. Alright, so. And then at some point, operating system. All this stuff will just be a proof of concept. So that's like the main thing. I'm gonna apply pressure with product 2 and then I'll release product 1. So I disrupt, but also like disrupt. Except it comes at a cost. Alright, so like Adobe splits up different products. And I'm gonna put Microsoft literally out of business. So what I'm gonna do is make several different products. I guess a game engine too, except that's just part of it. And I'll give each product a special color, because Adobe thinks that's cool. Because like, monkey see, monkey do. It is a good idea. It's like game assembler, video editor. Image editor. Text editor. Oh, Microsoft Access. I'll just call it Access. Is Access spelled with 2 C's? I don't know, whatever. It's like Microsoft. Is it Microsoft Access? Damn it, this audio's broken. There it is, Microsoft Access. So I will make competing software in all the fields of the companies on my shit list. testing. So it's all about the process. So I am getting to JavaScript, except it's complicated. Because I've put a lot of thought into this. Tons of thought. Lots of planning. And it's all gonna happen. So game assembler, video editor, text editor, image editor, access. I'm freaking AI too, I guess. Oh, and then like PHP and MySQL. These things, they all need an update. Big time. So I'm developing for a 17-year-old first Gen i7. First Gen i7, 2.8 gigahertz, 3D RAM. The video card's newer, but whatever. So I'm doing that because not everyone has the best computer. And even when you have the best computer, you're not getting what you pay for if the fucking hardware or software is not using the hardware. So on modern hardware, it should be running modern software. So I'll be able to make all the software because it's all about the process. The process, it's not about the destination or the journey. People don't know what that means. People don't know what an artist is. People love to judge because lots of people are retarded. And really, you can't blame them because they're born that way. Like your mom. So I'll make all the software. It'll all run off the same basic library. It's not just Java. There's a bunch of code other than just assembler. It's made of several parts. So like web servers, web storage, like persistent storage where it saves to database. I have that stuff too. And then I can like, all right, so I need to do that because the end goal here is an operating system. That looks like an O. Whatever. So why would I need that? Well, because if I release an operating system, it's like, hey, you don't have any software. Oh wait, I do! I'll have all this software to run on my own separate operating system. Wow, imagine that. So then anybody that was using JavaScript, all these companies, any company that needs to make money, because you need money to stay in business, otherwise it's not a business. It's out of business. It's literally just a matter of translation. So I'll make new software, translate it, all my stuff. And I'm using some old code. I have way better code. So I'll sell off the old stuff, make everything with my old stuff, which is still extremely fast. Except the fast stuff is for the operating system. And then I'll have an entire suite. Available to run on my operating system. So then, when you switch over, if you choose, you can do whatever you want. Who fucking cares? Except this system, the current system, I think it's gonna die. Because there's no money in it. At least, there's no money for the artist. There's no money for the developer. And it's way too expensive for a customer. Then again, what do I know? So I am making a JavaScript engine. I am gonna meet the spec. But it's about the process, and I'm an artist. I'm not gonna rush it. And when I make promises, I keep them. So all the companies on my shit list, you will be out of business. I am making computing software, Photoshop, Microsoft Access, Word document, game engine. I don't know. Best of luck. You're gonna need it. So this is like really old. Like 10 years ago now. So like when I say I'm writing an operating system, I mean a legitimate operating system, not like, hey, I'm gonna write an operating system. And I'm not gonna upload any videos of the operating system. That's just gonna be released and be like, here it is. Except some people have like access to it early. So I don't know, whatever. $10 years is a long time. So I gotta sell off all my old stuff. And eventually big tech, oh, it's gonna be mine. Was this one 10 years ago too? Yeah, so I got like the boo code stuff. And I got boxes and windows. And then this is without the GPU. And everything's crashing. Oh yeah, no, it's crashing for sure. So like I can move the windows around and stuff. Whatever. And then like, this is like 10 years ago. So all this stuff though. I don't know. Bigger picture, whatever. You know who doesn't know how to write software or operating systems? The people that work at Apple. This is absolutely pathetic. It should be able to just play sound. This is so annoying. Luckily, I'm coming in with all this new stuff. So I will be able to like relieve the pressure of having to like torture the public with your bullshit that you call operating system and fucking C language, and to like put developers through hell and make things extremely expensive. Luckily, like OpenAI, where they said they were going to take jobs, I'm actually going to be putting Microsoft, everyone on my shit list, eventually out of business, unless they manage to survive. They can always buy my JonsScript engine. That comes at a really high cost to like slow down their decay. But at some point I'll stop selling JavaScript engines. So I don't know, whatever. And then the Jons code, that'll be free. Except all these other things, like the video editor, image editor, text editor, access, MySQL, PHP, game assembler, AI, that's not gonna be free. Except, oh, it's awesome. And it's not one single piece, it's several different pieces. So legally, it's so much code spread across different things, but it's essentially the same thing. Except, I give away JonsScript for free, and everything else isn't free. And then I use JonsScript in the game assembler. And I can just like transpile my SLQ into like being JonsScript. It's just a translation layer. Well, that's like, you know, whatever. So is the sound working? It's not working. It takes so many, man, the sound died. It takes so many people to make an operating system and to maintain it. And in this video, he's going to talk about a guy with like schizophrenia who is able to do more than all these people who can't even meet a standard.
Every process gets its
Oh wait, it's working.
face, and the OS has to told him to build it. Now this isn't a video about Terry's life
No, it's not working. Wait, it's working.
while suffering from schizophrenia. Today's video is a look into his life's work from the perspective of a C++ developer, Temple OS. Terry A. Davis was born in 1969. By all accounts, a brilliant student. He got a master's degree in electrical engineering, worked at Ticketmaster in the early 90s, and made a name for himself writing embedded system software.
So he did all that.
Normal career trajectory. Then in 1990s,
when everyone else in the industry
that lasted 3 years,
they're like, hey,
schizophrenia. And this is where things get complicated.
Malloc is slow, not because we're retarded.
It was Temple OS.
Except
Holding it and
because we're retarded.
released it publicly around 2013. One man.
This guy with schizophrenia.
To put that into perspective for anybody watching who writes software for a living, the Linux kernel has thousands of contributors and decades of institutional knowledge behind
This guy.
He built something comparable, not in scale, but in complete.
One person.
Entirely alone, while battling a mental illness and living with his parents.
There's no excuse.
Died in 2018. He was struck by a train in Oregon.
That Node.js uses only
videos
25% CPU.
He actually built, because I think there's something
there's no excuse
here. I won't be diving into every detail. I want to summarize what really stood out to me, so I hope you enjoy. Before
all of you at Google, You're fucking retarded.
Right out of the gate. Just how easy this thing is to install. The ISO is 16 megabytes. All I needed to do was essentially spin up a VirtualBox VM, point it to the ISO, and
technically speaking,
go ahead and do that.
It's like DOS with modifications.
A couple of times, and that's it. It installs, it does so faster than Ubuntu, faster than Windows by an embarrassing margin. In this case, I actually decided to skip the install, and there you go. I'm running Temple OS.
My OS is different. I don't have schizophrenia.
Well,
I have ADHD.
A second. You see, Windows uses...
And like, I'm writing my whole OS from the bottom up.
And the OS has to set up page tables, map memory regions, and get the MMU configured before anything can...
I'm pretty sure he was using DOS.
On the other hand, doesn't have paging at all. Physical memory is physical memory. Another reason is that there are no pesky drivers or USB controllers that need to be probed. What's more is that there's no background services or service manager that needs to run, which is why Windows sometimes appeared like it's booted, but in reality it takes like a minute or two to really become usable. Today's video sponsored.
And that's not why Windows is slow. Windows would be able to do that and not be slow, but Windows, they're retarded.
Hardware engineering part. We'll see properly in a minute, but here's the key thing. So the shell. There's no bash, no PowerShell, no separate scripting layer. You type commands in C syntax and they go directly into the compiler. What that means in practice is things like not needing to have a built-in calculator app because you don't need one. You just type 5 plus 7 semicolon and you get the answer, 12. You can write entire programs inline and execute them. It's like a full REPL, but the REPL is also the operating system. There's also a system-wide autocomplete. For example, I can type draw, and then I can see draw it. If I hit Control F1 anywhere, I will get not just file names completed for me, but also symbol names. All source code is indexed, and you can jump to any function definition from anywhere in the system, including the shell. And then there's the hypertext. Every file name printed in the shell is actually a clickable hyperlink. So for example, if I was to use the file viewer, which is done via type, and I was to go to the actual charter document to observe what's in it, and I was to scroll up, and if I see a hyperlink here, then I know it's clickable. So I scroll, and I see, okay, Holy C, cool. So if I click that, I'm taken to the Holy C document, which is essentially the compiler overview document. What I can also do is disassemble a function to see every symbol in its output, and then if it's linked, navigate to that and jump to the source. So if I was to do UF on a function called drawIt, which I saw in one of the game's source code, then I can see here the entire disassembly, and I can jump to a symbol in that disassembly and be taken to the actual source.
That
Sounds simple, but after spending a lot of time with it, it
killed the audio.
the editor of the browser.
Oh wait, no, it's lagging.
Compare that to modern operating systems where you have the terminal, your file manager, your IDE, and documentation, and they're all 4 separate applications that barely know each other and don't communicate with each other. Okay, Holy C. This is the part I actually spent the most amount of time with, and it's the part I think is most interesting if you come from a low-level C, C++ background. At its core, Holy C is a reasonably complete version of C, but with some choices that make me stop and think a little. The first thing is that there is no main method. We'll take a look at what that means in a second in one of the games that Terry developed. It's just in time to ring 0, where ring 0 is the highest level of privilege that a CPU can assign to running code. So to show you guys an example, I'm currently in the demo games folder. If I wanted to edit the Big Guns HC file, which is one of the games we didn't take a look at, and scroll to the very bottom, you'll notice that there is no main method. There is just big guns at global scope. Now, in standard C++, if I want to call a function, for example, if I want to do int a equals my function, then I can't just call it by my function. So what's going on here? In Holy C, this is valid. And it's valid code other than the initial kernel stuff. Well, an implication is because everything is run at ring 0, there is...
Yeah, this computer's failing. So I don't know. He's talking about like what one person did. And like what everyone could do. So like, what the fuck are you doing with your life? Like we have Bill Gates out here with his Epstein ties, Bill Gates, Epstein, his Russian hookers. Bill Gates with like his fake butter. Bill Gates butter. Bill Gates butter is like the last thing I would ever put in my mouth. You cannot pay me money to eat Bill Gates butter. So we got like people like Bill Gates, these terrible, horrible people. Unless of course like affairs are like acceptable. If you think like, hey, it's acceptable to have an affair. If you think, hey, it's acceptable to like steal a company from another human. If you think it's acceptable to say, hey, it's fair use to make an AI off everyone's free stuff because it's public domain. If you think that's all acceptable, then I guess I'm wrong. And really, it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. Because really, it has nothing to do with morals. It's just, I don't like these companies, so I'm gonna put them out of business. Except fairly. I'm not gonna cheat. 100% fair. 100% actual capitalism. I'm gonna capitalize on it. All I gotta do is the same exact stuff that they did. And most of it's already done. It's just about the process and getting these last couple things done. So in assembly, 64-bit assembly, I finally get to make threads. This is so awesome. So I'm tired of wasting time reading PDFs and documentation. And like, oh, malloc is slow because of mutexes and race conditions. That's not why malloc is slow. It's because the people that made malloc, they are slow. They are incompetent. And they're stupid. And they probably have teeny weeny penises. And they gotta compensate for their small penises by telling everyone that the problem isn't their code itself. It's not the problem with malloc. The problem is race conditions and mutexes. So in C++, lots of times, there's these examples where people run code and say, hey, use atomic counters. And then they run an example, they run like 3 or 4 threads. They make each thread do like 10 loops, and at the end, the atomic count is 20. Except if they don't use an atomic counter, then the count gets fucked up. It's not 20. So now I can actually make a goddamn thread in fucking assembly. It's still in Linux. It's still in a shitty operating system. Except at least it's not in C language. Alright, so the thing about the CPU is that whoever made malloc, whoever's running that shit show, GCC, all that stuff, whoever's running that garbage, like the people that are maintaining it, not the people using it, they don't know how memory works. And it's ironic, because like, how do you write software? We don't know how it works. The hardware. And then they're the ones writing software. Let's see, this is memory. And this is cache. And then this is a program. So the CPU, there's a different kind of instructions. Imagine that. Oh, imagine that. Imagine like people writing stuff for hardware who don't know how the CPU works. Imagine that. And imagine like an entire economy that runs off software written by people who have no fucking clue about what they're doing. Imagine how expensive things would be in an economy like that. And then imagine how much fun it would be to sell a product in that economy where you sell a product and everyone can steal it. Because the whole economy, the whole system is based around making sure everything's freaking exploitable. What a world that would be to live in. And then everybody's been living in that world since the stupid fucks that started this shit got it going. And then like everyone like was like, hey, this is great, this is awesome. Let's all get fucked. Then we can all fuck each other. And then we'll call it capitalism. Capitalism. Nobody even knows what that means. Oh, everything's so stupid. What we have right now is not capitalism. We have monopolies and shitty people being the worst. Alright, so CPU memory. There's different kinds of writes. There's temporal reads and writes, and then there's non-temporal. So temporal reads and writes, and this is all basic information. Where's the AI overview? So temporal reads, write, loads, stores, whatever. Bunch of boring stuff. Oh, this is really boring. I'm just gonna get to the point. So, non-temporal rights. I mean, that's confusing. So non-temporal. So, oh wait, that's backwards. So temporal, what does that mean? Temporary. What's the definition of port? Temporal. Is portal in there? Temporal. Or whatever the fucking word means, temporal. A temporal store goes L1 cache, or L3 cache, L2 cache, L1 cache. Well, actually, the other way, whatever. So, temporal accesses use the cache. Non-temporal accesses, they don't use the cache. And then lock operations, what they do is they make sure the access of things that are cached, that they're like in sync. So it flushes the buffers, makes sure everything's freaking whatever, and then it runs. So an atomic operation is going to be faster than a non-temporal write, but you can skip the cache overall by using non-temporal accesses. So the people that made malloc and then to like lie to us. It's not working.
Or you could implement a memory pool, pre-allocating a large chunk
Oh, now it's working.
applications within it, bypassing malloc's overhead entirely for frequently created small, replacing the default glibs-kime malloc. Serialization can severely degrade. You hit on a crucial point. In multi-threaded programs, malloc often needs to protect its internal data structures with mutexes or locks to prevent rate conditions. When
That's not why it's slow. It has nothing to do with mutexes and locks. It's slow because it's freaking serial.
threads try to allocate memory simultaneously, they contend for that lock, blocking each other.
The people that wrote this shit, they're retarded as fuck. This stuff is not even functional. It doesn't even work.
Serialization can severely degrade performance. This is why specialized memory allocators exist, like GEM-ATLAC or TCM-ALLOC, used by Google. These are designed to be thread local, meaning each
And that also is designed by idiots.
thread often gets its own private memory pool, reducing contention.
It's all fucking retarded. The only solution my god, the software broke. I gotta restart this computer. So there's different kinds of memory. Oh, this works. So there's different kinds of memory operations. Some go right to the main RAM. Some operations go to the cache. And then some operations, they lock. To make things sure in sync. To make sure things are in sync. And it's really not that complicated. It's really not. Except the people that made malloc, they're just stupid. And they think everyone's stupid because they say, hey, this is why it's slow. No, it's slow because you people don't know how to make a malloc function. And then you torture all the developers with your shit software, and it's like, oh no, it's not shit. It's just because of race conditions and stuff, and because of mutexes. No, that's not why it's slow. Straight up, not why. So on Linux, to make a thread, it's like a clone function, whatever. And you set the flags. And then now I can finally test this. So what I'm going to test is like, I'm going to make a couple of threads, make a loop. I'm going to increment an atomic counter. And then I'll see if the count is a stable number at the end. Because if I run like 2-3 threads, I do like 10 loops each. I run the threads. I use atomic operations. I'm going to see if the computer's stable. Because the computer has specific instructions. All of it's spelled out. It's standardized. The CPU would not be able to run if it wasn't standardized, if it didn't run. For software people that make malloc, for those people, not the people that use it, the people that make it, to blame it on race conditions, to blame it on the hardware, when actually it's like your own stupidity because you guys are retarded. Because you guys don't know how memory works on CPU. You guys are fucking retarded. Like, you guys are terrible. Just say your software is shit, because that's what it is. Just say, you know what, GCC is absolute shit. You know what, every modern operating system is basically stolen from a couple other people, and we just put our own twist on it. But instead it's like, hey, it's just like this history of like all this excellent stuff with these amazing people. No. The history so far has been written by the winners. And this guy currently, I guess he's a winner. He can't even write software. He stole the operating system from another guy. He stole it from Gary Goodall. Except Bill Gates is the winner because he gets to write the history. And the winner gets to write the history. So like every company on my shit list. And companies that were shit from the start. Like Gary Cadell said, he always kept one hand on his wallet. Alarm program listing is no different today. For some reason, he always felt uneasy around Bill. Well, that's because Bill was trying to steal his shit. It's amazing that Bill Gates wants to steal software, except he'll pay Epstein for Russian hookers. Can you imagine that? Bill Gates, he does steal this guy's software. He takes the credit, he takes the whole thing. And IBM, you're on my shit list, IBM. Take the whole thing, they fuck over this guy. Totally fuck him over, and then they say, oh, it's not about the money. And then he gets written out of history. And then his death. His autopsy, they couldn't even conclusively determine the cause of death. Are you fucking kidding me? This guy fucking started all this stuff. And then it was taken from him. And then he gets like written out of history. And then we got these fucktards. With their fucking Russian Epstein hookers. They'll pay for Russian hookers. Bill Gates will have an affair. He'll pay for 2 Russian hookers. He admits to it. He apologizes. So he'll pay money to Epstein. Bill Gates is like a philanthropist. Except he won't pay Gary Cadell for the rights to his operating system. He has to steal it. Bill Gates, you're an absolute piece of shit. And I'm gonna be the one writing history. And nobody wants your fucking Bill Gates butter. Nobody's gonna eat that shit. It's fucking disgusting. And every other company on my shit list. Alright, so I can finally make the stupid threads. Okay, so this loop is inside of another loop. So I don't know, somewhere in here, they make the thread. Oh, this is a counter. Create thread. Is this for Windows? Oh, this one. Oh, way too many files. Alright, so right here makes a system called Linux, makes a thread. It jumps if Rx is 0. It's testing it. It's jumping to .child. So the thread resumes from here. And then the non-thread follows through and then continues. So I'm going to make a couple threads, like 3 or 4 threads. I'm using an atomic counter. Use an atomic counter or whatever. Separate loops. Oh, this computer's failing. So I'll make like 3 or 4 threads, each will do 10 loops, and I'll increment 1 counter, and at the end, the counter, since I'm using an atomic instruction to atomically increment, at the end it should be 30. So C language is C language. Assembly is on the machine itself. So I'll be able to test in assembly if the people that say, oh, allocations are slow because of locks and mutexes, if that's even true, which I highly doubt it. So make 3 separate threads, run them, each do 10 loops, have a return, and I'll have it print to the file. And see if it actually like works, whatever. Because the CPU, it's all fucking defined in the documentation. It's really not that complicated. Oh no. Oh no, what? Wait, is that English? I don't know, whatever. I gotta get something done. I gotta restart this computer. Nothing's working. Oh, now this program's not working. It's not that hard to make software. Oh, it was, you know, whatever. Assembly in Windows. Could the sound please work? It's still not working. Well, I can't hear. It's on a separate computer. The streaming computer works fine. Okay, so like assembly on Windows was absolute hell. Switch over to Linux. It's not any better. Except that Windows has parts of the library that they don't even convert to 64-bit. Instead, they're like, hey, just use like GCC. Use like a third party if you want to do that stuff. Don't use our stuff because we're not gonna like release or recompile stuff for 64-bit. Or they're like, hey, just compile it yourself and then call it. Oh, Windows pisses me off. Everything ends. Alright, so this is x86 assembly, and it's a messy blob. Except it makes this file. So I'll just put stuff in this file. Like foobar or something. Well, now it's not even, you know, whatever. So this is in the command line. So send a make the assembly file and then output this file. And this is saved. So I'm gonna build it, run the assembly file. And I think it ran. And then it ran. So it updated it. So I gotta fix this timer. I screwed up the timer. I was using Chatbot, and that was a mistake. I'm not doing any more assembly with using Chatbot. Chatbot made it sound like the counter had two parts, where it's like the seconds in one part and then nanoseconds in the other. And I thought, oh, the nanoseconds are separate from the seconds. That's really simple. That's great. That makes it so much easier. And then I realized later, I'm like, oh, wait. You gotta go through the whole process of like subtracting the seconds and then the nanoseconds. So I totally missed the ball on that. So this is like, this benchmarking doesn't work. I gotta fix it. Any more assembly, I'm not gonna use Chatbot. The only reason I thought that was because like assembly's like low level. So I thought, hey, maybe like You know what, whatever. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna print to one of these lines, like 67 or something. So whatever line this is. Where did the mouse go? Where's the mouse? Oh, there it is. Oh, 60, that's not. I think it's hexadecimal. That it's printing, not decimal. Alright, so that's 67. Alright, so it should print 67 to the file when I run the assembly. So it ran, go to the file. Where is it? Oh, I gotta put it here. Try that again. I like seeing people are retarded and then I'm sitting here making tons of mistakes. It's like the best thing ever. Oh, there we go, 67. So it runs the assembly, goes to, I guess this is line 4. This is printing hexadecimal right now. 67, so I should be able to put like 69 or 123. So 123. Run the assembly. Same line, 123. So luckily this still works. And I have this stuff to work. It's a mess. This is a big mess. A bigger mess than your mom. I hate when people think something's about them when it's not. That's so annoying. Okay, so anyways. This is running. Looks good. So I need to restart the Mac because whoever developed or designed the audio engine, whatever you call it, it doesn't work very good and everything's crashing. So I gotta restart the Mac because it's 2026. And you know how you fix a 64-bit computer? You restart it. Yeah, that's right. You gotta restart a 64-bit computer. It seems like a joke. It really does. The age of 64-bit. And people still don't know how to, oh, it's so frustrating. It doesn't matter though. I'll get my software done. I'll get my operating system done. And whatever. So, this assembly is supposed to make a thread. So I'll make the threads. I'm gonna copy this over. I'll make like 4 threads, 3 threads, make them each do like 10 loops or something. And people do this in like C language. They're like, hey, this is why you use lock instructions. So I use like or atomic instructions. Technically, it's like lock, whatever. So I'll make atomic instructions or test them, increment a counter across like a couple separate threads. I'll print it to this file and see if the result is like 30 or whatever the count is, based off how many threads and how many loops. And then I'll know for absolute certainty. Not this guy that made the video. I'm talking about the people that tell you that the reason malloc is slow is because of locks and mutexes. Not the guy making the video. The people who say, the people who write malloc, those people. They're like, hey, it's slow because of locks and mutexes. I will know for absolute certainty if that's true or not. Because this is assembly, and I'm running assembly, and I have a file, and I'm going to hit compile, and I'll run it. It'll make however many threads, and then the CPU usage is going to go up for each of those threads that are created, because it's going to be using all the threads on the CPU. This one has 4, so it should go up to 100% and then go down, which is more work than JavaScript does right now. Because that's developed by people even dumber than the people that make malloc. Oh, so dumb. So I will make the threads in assembly, run them. This is so awesome. Oh, it's going to be so cool to release an operating system. It's gonna be so cool to make all this stuff and then usher out all this bullshit for last like way too long and put all the companies on my shit list out of business. Oh, this is gonna be so cool. So I'll make the threads, I'll have them count using the lock or atomic operations. And then know for sure, because the CPU has different writes. It has temporal reads writes, it has non-temporal, has atomic operations. Some go right to the main RAM, some go to the cache. Some synchronize the cache before accessing it again by another core. The whole thing is documented, specified. That's how the system runs. That's how the CPU runs. The fact that the people making malloc, that they don't know how the CPU works, that they can't rewrite it, is absolute bullshit. It is going to be so awesome to put all you guys, to take away the pressure of expectation. Because nobody's going to have expectations on you when the whole tech stack shifts over to a brand new platform. Then again, what do I know? I'm just one person. You know who else was one person? Terry Davis was one person, and he made Temple OS, and he had schizophrenia, and he made what Windows or Linux could never do, and this guy had schizophrenia. So what's your excuse? I gotta restart this computer, I'll be RB. But seriously, what's your excuse? What do you do with your life? For real, for real. So many people need to start living. Fucking get your shit together. Or don't. I don't fucking care. I gotta restart this whole thing. Damn it. This fucking shit. I'll be right back. Test this. Testing. So like YouTube it's supposedly free. Free video hosting. And YouTube is hosting hours and hours and hours of me streaming the process. And it's free. And then if Google ends up on my shit list, and I put Google out of business, even if they don't like advertise or like promote or sponsor my stuff, it's not about the views. It's about the process. And having YouTube store hours and hours and hours of the process. And if it comes to the point where I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do business with you. And I get to put Google out of business. Then that's art. To store all this video for free. And then have me, if I decide that I don't want to do business, have them go out of business. That's art. Twitch is on my shit list. Twitch, I'm gonna put you guys out of business. You guys blow cock. On Twitch, the ads have higher definition quality than the stream itself. And then on Twitch, they're like, hey, this ad promotes the person streaming. While we at Twitch, we promote only the advertisers. We don't even have 4K streaming, but we have 4K ads. Here, enjoy some ads. And make sure to watch ads, because the ads supports your favorite streamer. Twitch. Oh, you guys suck dick. Cocksuckers. Not that there's anything wrong with sucking dick. I mean, like, someone has to do it. Last thing we need is like a bunch of guys sucking their own. And then nothing would ever get done. So anyways, oh, I just restarted. Please work. So I'm gonna do that to be lazy. I'm not gonna like, whatever. So I'm going to make 4 threads in assembly language. So the CPU utilization should jump up to 100%. And then this is a 16-year-old? I don't know, whatever. First Gen i7, so it's 4 cores. I like how it says 8. It's not 8. So I need to get back to the lexical parser for the JavaScript engine. And then get that done. Post that inside the video description. Because nobody really knows how to make a parser. And there's no like generic or lexical analyzer. There's no like generic one to find. So I'll just make one in Node.js and then post it. I'll use that for my stuff, and then if anyone else needs it, whatever. So to make threads, use atomic counter increment, and then check to see at the end, is it 40? 4 threads, each doing 10. Should be 40 as a result. And then the people that make malloc, not the people that use it. Everyone that has to use malloc. Godspeed. Oh, this stuff is shit. Except to blame it on the CPU. Oh, because mutexes are so complicated. Oh, it's because of race conditions. I'm not talking about the people that have to use this. I'm talking about the people that make it. The people that make C language. Those people that develop it, that make C language, and make C++. That made C++ because they can't make their own thing. They had to like jump off in a language. The people that make it, maintain it, not the people using it. Those people, they don't know what they're doing. If this is true, I make 4 threads, and then atomic increment works as specified in the documentation. If that's true, then you guys are absolutely stupid. You don't know what you're doing. You guys don't know how to write malloc. Because you're stupid. I'm gonna stream the whole process. I gotta get this stupid GPU program done. So I'm not gonna show most of the code, but I'll show code here and there. I'll piece some code for use, whatever. So I'm not gonna show everything, except I gotta get this done so I can get to that. Except you guys are stupid. Because I'm literally gonna do it. Well, I already done it. I did do threads in C language, not assembly though. So I don't know, whatever. Assembly, different rules in C. So I'm gonna test this.
Vintage is cool. For denim.
So I'm going to be talking about threads and particularly shared variables in C++.
Whatever he's talking about, he probably doesn't even know himself. God damn. It's called computer science for a reason. It's not even science. The mechanics of the CPU are fucking spelled out in documentation how the CPU works. Oh, it's so stupid. Anyways. One of these windows try to auto-update. Where is it? Dang it. If it auto-updates and I lose my tabs, I'm gonna be so pissed. That's literally just my luck. Come on. Oh, whatever.
Plus OX. Let me start out with sort of my, let me see. And it's possible for at least a couple of different reasons. Synchronization operation is generally the compiler doesn't understand it, it just assumes any global variable may change as a result of that call.
Let's take a look at some code. I've chosen to write it in Zig, but don't worry if you aren't familiar with Zig, as the code is simple enough to follow along. Don't worry about understanding all of this.
People should worry about understanding it, because the people that write malloc, they don't even understand it.
You're only interested in these 4 instructions. The first instruction is where X is declared, RBP. Now thread 1 writes R1 back into X. Thread 2 increments the value in R2 and then stores that value back into X. Note that even though both threads incremented X, it only looks like X has been incremented a single time. We could say that thread 1's increment on X was overwritten or clobbered by thread 2. If you are curious, the pseudo-assembly instructions executed for this scenario would look something like this.
If you're curious, write some assembly. So I don't know, I can't find a video, it's gonna take too long.
It is generally achieved by simply leveraging what the assembly and CPU already allow for you to do. Remember this code that didn't increment X? In a future video, we'll talk about stronger orderings like acquire, load, increment, and store for this. Talk about stronger orderings like acquire.
So what is this, Zig or something? I don't know, atomic, whatever. Fetch add, whatever.
Release coherency system. The key point to take away from this is that when you use an atomic operation from your favorite programming language, it is generally achieved by simply leveraging what the assembly and CPU already allow for you to do. Remember this code that didn't increment x properly? Let's fix it. This code compiles and runs properly.
The people that made malloc, they're probably like, hey, let's like just swap out everything and put in atomic instructions. And they're like, oh god, it's really slow now.
Better increment x properly. Let's fix it.
And then they're like, hey, the problem isn't that we don't know how to design malloc. And it's not that we're not rewriting it. The problem is the CPU. Duh.
Increment x properly.
So malloc was like single threaded, and then the people that manage malloc, they're like, shit, gotta multi-thread it.
Let's fix it.
And the people that made malloc, they're like, hey, look, it survives under multi-threaded conditions. And it's like butthole slow. And they're like, hey, that's not our fault. The problem is mutexes and locking. Alright, so I finally get to make a motherfucking thread. 4 threads, as many threads as I want, in assembly. Oh, it's finally that day. Finally that day. Freaking finally. I still have so much shit left to do, and YouTube is gonna host the whole process. And if I put YouTube out of business because they don't play fair, which I don't think they will, then they hosted their own demise. Oh, fucking art. I'm gonna like shut up and then... This is the definition of spaghetti code. Like straight up, like, take a bowl of spaghetti and like, this is spaghetti code, assembly. This is not readable. Transparent windows in Linux are like the most useful thing ever. It's like so awesome, except the browser doesn't do that for some reason. Oh, it's probably because the browser is designed by idiots. And whatever they use for the rendering, it's probably like really subpar. And they're like, hey, we can't even like support that. So we have to make the window fucking solid. Cause like you open the browser, there are so many things wrong with the browser. And I can fix each and every one of them. By putting them out of business. So I can't change the transparency of this window. But I can these. If it's even gonna work. It's stuck. Come on. So you change these, but not this. Oh, it's switching tab. No, whatever. The browser's garbage. So I want to make threads, test this. And get back to the stupid lexical parser. Analyzer. And get that done. So I can paste it in the video description. If anybody needs like a lexical parser. And then I'm gonna benchmark assembly for the lexical parser versus JavaScript. And then in the assembly version of it, I'm gonna use all the cores and stuff. And then whatever the final speed is of the assembly language lexical parser versus the JavaScript lexical parser. I can use that as an assumption of how much faster that my JavaScript engine is going to be than V8 or whatever in the end. I already know how much faster it is right now, but it's 32-bit. I'm still converting it to 64-bit. I gotta get also stuff done. So file, like Rome, it wasn't built in a day. I don't care how you spell your. I don't give a fuck. So Rome wasn't built in a day. Except it could be like destroyed in like maybe a week or two. If like another Rome was built next door to the other Rome, and everyone like left the Microsoft Rome to go to like the other Rome. So by destroyed, I mean like capitalized. It's like another Rome. So I don't know, whatever. So like unlike Microsoft, I mean, like, actually a fair competition. Basically competing with my hands tied by my back. So if this is like Microsoft Rome or something, and then there's like a new one built next door. But not just Microsoft, we're talking about Adobe. How do you spell Adobe? I totally forgot. I have not used Adobe in so many years. Oh, E, duh. It's like Microsoft. Adobe. Atlantic Records. They fucked with Oliver Tree, I think. Oh, I gotta find it. Any day now.
I left my record label, let's talk about it. After making tens of millions of...
Oh, this one. So, like, Atlantic Record. I'm pretty sure they're like a music label. They, like, fucked with Oliver Tree, and his family's, like, suing or something. I don't know. I didn't, like, look into it entirely. But, they're on my shit list.
Over 8 years for Atlantic Records. They no longer want to support my art because I'm not making songs for TikTok. And after dedicating my entire life to making art, I never got into this to make TikTok songs. I know the effects of TikTok. I've had multiple songs that connected there, but that's not why I got into making art. Over the last 2.5 years, I traveled 82 countries and recorded this album on all 7 continents. These are the types of projects that charge me as an artist. This is why I got into it in the first place. And just because I'm not making songs for TikTok means that the label doesn't want to support the vision. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit. And after you guys have joined together in tens of thousands and sent messages to the label.
So he's been, like, all over the place, many countries, and they ends up dead. That is, like, suspicious, but, like, whatever. It's just the fact that they fucked with him. There's no reason to fuck with him. But there is reason to put these companies out of business. So how the fuck you spell Atlantic Records? And like Unity game engine. So these companies, they weren't built in a day. Microsoft needed code. They had to take code because it didn't have an operating system. No, Microsoft and IBM, they had to steal an operating system. Some message chatbot.
Microsoft and IBM had to find an OS. Because why did IBM not just use Microsoft's operating system on their PC? Short answer, IBM did not use Microsoft's OS because Microsoft did not have one yet.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Timeline, 1970s. IBM equals giant computer company. Microsoft equals small software company. Personal computers were new. 1980, IBM decided to build IBM PC. IBM needed an operating system fast. IBM asked Microsoft if they had an OS.
Okay, so in here, where is Gary Goodall? Where? Oh, he's not in here.
Why did IBM not make its own OS? Because IBM was used to huge mainframe computers. PC market moved fast. IBM wanted to ship quickly. OS development would take too long. Why did Microsoft win? IBM made one big mistake. IBM licensed MS-DOS instead of owning it.
It used to be called QS-DOS for Quick and Dirty Operating System because it was stolen from Gary Goodall. So, why did Microsoft win? Microsoft didn't win because the game's not done yet. And the winners, they write the history. So in here, it does not talk about Gary Goodall at all. It doesn't talk about QS-DOS or whatever, QDOS, whatever it was. Microsoft didn't have an operating system. So Microsoft and IBM went over to fuck over Gary Goodall and take his shit. And then, chatbot, since they won, I guess they won the battle, not the war.
Why did Microsoft win?
They didn't win, but since they won for now up to this point, they got to write the history. So they get to leave out all the actual people who did something. So like, Rome, it wasn't built in a day. No, for Microsoft, it took like Gary Goodall's operating system. Everything else they stole, what is it like? Netscape, whatever it was they took, Spyglass, whatever they took. So it took all those years of taking things, leaving them out of history, rewriting the history to make Microsoft. The same for Adobe. The same for Atlantic Records. Except it's different. With Atlantic Records, they have artists and then they fuck them over.
We have officially reached a negotiation over the past course of a week. My team has got the label to agree to release Love You Madly, Hate You Badly on my personal imprint, Alien Boy Records. You guys, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. This music is finally going to see.
Why did you have to fuck with fucking Albert Tree? You guys are horrible, pathetic fucks. And then he's dead, and then the money can't go to the corporation because you guys want the money. Oh. I'm gonna love to do business with you guys. Not really. I think you're just on my shit list with Microsoft. So Unity Game Engine. Rome wasn't built in a day. All these Romes, they're basically part of the same Rome. So Rome wasn't built in a day. But if a separate Rome, adjacent or running in parallel, not touching, no freaking intersection, no, a completely separate Rome. You know why Rome was successful? Because all roads led to Rome. So Rome, it wasn't built in a day. In some parts of Rome, most of it was made off other people's shit. So Rome wasn't built in a day. Except it could disappear in maybe a week or two as people migrate to something next door. If it's able to like facilitate everything. Alright, anyways, whatever. And Microsoft, they didn't win yet. It's not over. Well, Microsoft will be over. That's just a matter of time. So I'm going to make these threads. I'm going to make 4 threads. Make each thread do 10 loops. Use an atomic increment. And then in the end, it should be 40. And then I'm like done monologuing for now. I want a monologue. Because nobody will believe me. And I don't need people to. But then when I pull this shit off, it's all like recorded. And then like YouTube's hosting it. And it's beautiful. So I'm like, shut up and get this thread stuff figured out. And if it's true that the CPU does what the CPU says and it's stable and stuff, there's no excuse for Malloc to be such shit performance. It has nothing to do with the locks and the freaking mutexes. It's all because the people that made Malloc, they don't know how the computer works. And then they're the ones writing the compiler. Wow, how stupid is that? That's pretty stupid. Then again, what do I know? Well, now I'm gonna know. Just gotta make some threads, run it, and check. So I'm gonna shut up and get something done or whatever. Need some music.
You told me that 8080, that's what the x86 CPU is based off, or was it the 8008? x86 roots mostly 8080. The 8080 is the 16-bit ISA that is compatible on the x86. No, 080 equals 8-bit CPU, 080 ISA x86 ISA. Example, 080 MOV A, B, move 8-bit register data. When NASM is in bit 16 mode, instructions which use 32-bit data are prefixed with an 0x66 byte, and those referring to 32-bit addresses have an 0x67 prefix. In bits 32 mode, the reverse is true. 32-bit instructions require no prefixes, whereas instructions using 16-bit data need an 0x66 and those working on 16-bit addresses need an 0x67. This, from the NASM docs, what CPU is the 16-bit mode intended for? 8.1 bits, target processor mode. The bits directive specifies whether NASM should generate code designed to run on a processor operating in 16-bit mode, 32-bit mode or 64-bit mode. The syntax is bits XX, where XX is 16, 32 or 64. The 8086 is source compatible with earlier 8008, 8080 and 8085 chips, and this backwards compatibility is still present in modern x86-64 designs. Although a ton of older instructions are marked as deprecated and are longer optimized so they run slower as they are decoded into several micro-ops. (8080N) 8085 improved 8080 compatible CPU. The x86 is based of the 8085. No, x86 not based on 8085 relationship. $8,085 8-bit CPU, extension of 8080 line, Intel 8-bit era, 086. First x86, 16-bit CPU, new architecture, different ISA design, not derived from 8085 hardware. $8,080 family direct evolution, 086 new x86 family. Eight-bit line, 008 8085, 6-bit line, 8086 80186 80286 80386 x86-64. It is not binary compatible with 8080, and not source compatible either. 8080 is not an x86 CPU. 8080 is a more distant ancestor that had some influence on the design of 8000. Intel 8080 Wikipedia, wikipedia.org, wiki, Intel 8080. 080 assembly code can still be directly translated into x86 instructions, since all of its core elements are still present. US Patent Edit, U. The 8080 and 8085 gave rise to the 8086, which was designed as a source code compatible, albeit not binary compatible, extension of the 8080, 34. This design, in turn, later spawned the x86 family of chips, which continue to be Intel's primary line of processors. Many of the 8080's core machine instructions and concepts survive in the widespread x86 platform. Examples include the registers named A, B, C, and D and many. However, this can confuse the readers if it is not clear what the $8,080 assembly code can still be directly translated into x86 instructions, vague, since all of its core elements are still present. So this 8080 assembly code can still be directly translated into x86 instructions. Vague, since all of its core elements are still present. By translated literally means passed through a different assembler. Not like directly run machine code as is. $8,080 versus $8,086. Different opcodes, different encoding, different architecture. Well, that's disappointing. The x86 has the BTS instructions. Correct. The 8080 does not have any of those. The original x86. How are threads created in Linux x86-64? I need to find some docs, and your assembly from last time is missing stuff. I need to find an actual source for things, for making threads in NSAM.
So like the 8080. You have to like compile it. It's so disappointing. Man. So then 16-bit assembly. 16-bit assembly sucks. I'm pretty sure, you know what, it doesn't matter. So chatbot made this last time. So hopefully it works. If it doesn't, I'll have to read. This or find another one.
Introduction. So I was trying to use atomics in C, got a little working example.
So in C, he's got like 2 loops, atomic counter, and then a non-atomic counter.
Print, atomic counter is %UN, ACNT, print, non-atomic counter is %UN, CNT.
So I tried to find a video earlier, and it's not worth it. Alright, so this is what I'm talking about. Where people always like, well, there's usually a lot of videos where they're like, hey, this is why I use atomic counters.
And I got results like this. Common multi-thread atomic counter is 100,000. Non-atomic counter is 98,860, depends on the weather. Great. But how is a thread actually spawned? We currently don't know many things, but we know something. Threads are created by the OS.
So it's literally just system call, passive arguments. And they just do this branch. And then it'll follow through for the thing that's not the thread. Which is the main, I think, or is it the other way around?
The test racks. When making a thread clone, not a process clone. The racks the chili or parent has racks of the PID which is 0 and which has the PID.
Why would it even say this?
Depends syscall semantics, not CPU.
I was asking about the CPU, and now it's like pulling that in as if it has anything to do with... Oh, that's annoying. So the parent holds the PID. This is positive int. Is 0. Is a positive int. So that's not even true.
What? Parent, racks equals PID, child, positive int, child, racks equals 0 inches. You said it is a positive int, and 0 is a positive int. Zero, neither positive nor negative.
You know what? Whatever. So jump 0, child, so... This is really boring. Oh, this is so boring. Yeah, this is boring. I'm gonna get this one. This is really boring. I don't want to mess. This code is a mess. I don't want to do this anymore. God, this is freaking. This is spaghetti code. I didn't want to compute offsets, so I like just hard coded. Oh, that's a lot of lines. So I gotta figure out where to add more hard coded spaghetti code. And just override a value and then print it so it shows up here. Ah, here we go. Oh my god, I got so much stuff to do. Test, really? The audio died already? I just restarted. Oh, this is so annoying. Testing, testing. I have a playlist on like autoplay. I lost the playlist. I actually liked the songs that were coming up. I had to refresh to fix audio. Come on, man. So I have stuff to like cover over to assembly. And then in JavaScript, I started naming variables. Like registers, that doesn't really help. Oh, I'm gonna have to like rewrite so much shit. I was thinking I do this, and then in assembly I could go like whatever language this is. And then some things would be like annoyingly memory bound, but it's all memory bound anyways. And then I could like I'm gonna make these threads and ponder later. So like loops or whatever. I hate for loops. When I make a loop, I want like simple. Just fucking simple. For loops are annoying as hell. So repeat is, I think that's actually a macro or a function or whatever in the assembler. But if there's like a macro that work like this, or like a loop macro in a language, where it's like you pick the begin position and then length and then name, what's that for? Oh, because I had to name it, or whatever. If there's like a macro, like a for loop, and you like pick like, I want to start at 0, and then loop for like 10, and have a loop like this. Instead of like for loops, there's like 3 parts. It's just really annoying. And then it's like, you put like the condition, you gotta test, or whatever. Like, just the base, the position to start from, as a counter, not like a dead offset. Just, you pick a number, start from this number, accumulate. For this many times. So really, this isn't needed. Well, I guess it depends on language. And then inside the loop, foobar would be like 10. Why am I setting it to 10? This is like a multi-part macro. There's like a begin and end. Okay, it's not that simple. Oh, that's where I pass in the name of what to use for the counter. Alright, so this also has 3 arguments, just like a for loop. So it's just as bad. It's basically the same thing. Whatever. So like, base, length, friggin' 10, 0. I gotta get something done. I'm just stalling. I'm tired of this. I'm realizing how much shit I'm gonna have to do. Oh, there's so much shit. It's like if you could pick the base, the length to friggin' loop by or repeat, and then pick the name of the var. So like foobar would be 0 on the first pass for 10 iterations. You can say like offset 7 or whatever. And then that way, the position has nothing to do with the length. It's position and then a length. It's not like x less than 769 and it's like, well, is this signed or unsigned? And then when it's signed, it's like, well, or when it's unsigned, then it's like, well, now nothing can be less than blah 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 because it's unsigned now. So if it's like just a normal fucking count, it can be signed, unsigned, and just count down to 0. And then having to like type, I'm gonna get something done and shut up. So I'll convert stuff later. think I'll use R9 for the counters. Oh, this is really boring. Something's gonna break. At least have a backup. Arch Linux had malware in the AUR, whatever. I'm too lazy to I just won't plug this into the internet, and then that's it. So this is now an offline computer. I need to get another hard drive and install Arch again. I need to focus. I could plug in a flash drive. That's like the same amount of effort. No, it's not. I'll just type it up. This computer's so laggy. I just want to zoom in. And then the lag. Freaking laggy. Does Sublime only use one thread? Are you kidding me? It uses one thread. It's not even touching the GPU. Well, it is. That's like constantly at like 24. Well, that's because I have a video wallpaper. The GPU is using 25% for video wallpaper. The CPU uses 25% for one core. Does this GPU have 4 cores? I wonder. The GPU is a piece of shit. Oh, it does all these things in parallel. No, it doesn't. So I have all these windows open on one core. And it can almost handle it. And the whole CPU is sitting there. It's so frustrating. This is a 17-year-old PC, or 16 years. First Gen i7. Why is the entire CPU not being utilized? Software is absolute garbage. So I zoom in, zoom out, and it lags. It's all CPU bound. And then one core on the GPU. That's stupid. was gonna hard code it. Just freaking write it up. Actually, I'll just freaking hard code it. Oh, I'm so lazy. Never mind. I still gotta figure out if the registers are being reset. These are basically enums. Like system call numbers. Let's freaking call it enum. So the files. If you don't set this flag, it means the thread threads, thread, whatever's like child of the parent thread, the new thread. I think if you don't set it or set it, I think it's don't set it. It'll have its own file descriptors. Which means if you have a file open and it's like file descriptor 4, if you use file descriptor 4 on another thread, that's not the same file. It's a different file. So networking, that also uses file descriptors. Maybe not on Linux, but on Windows at least. But behind the scenes, probably the same thing. So files, I think they have race conditions.
Do the file system calls in Linux have race conditions? Do the file system calls in Linux have race conditions if I have a FD file descriptor and it's 67 and then I do a write to that file like write 67, buffer ADR, len, or whatever it is, and I do a file system read of 67 if threads do not share the same thread? Is there a potential race condition or is it automatically handled by the OS internally? If threads do not share the same file manager thing. Yes, file system operations can have race conditions, but the FD number itself 67 is handled by the OS. FD 67 is just an index into a processor's file descriptor table.
Oh, the operating system is so fucked and badly designed. Oh, it's pathetic. It is so... Oh, it's so pathetic. It is... pathetic. let's say like these are 2 threads. And they're at whatever the base of the thread. Or in the middle, doesn't matter. So the code that's interesting. So the instruction pointer the rip register, whatever, is running the code. So it's literally just whatever index it is inside the code that's being run. Or address, whatever you want to call it. So if it's like a read, whatever, routine or like function, if it's like a read call, there's not 2 separate read calls, it's 1 read call. So you call whatever. If this is like the address, oh, this is confusing. I've never actually like put this much thought into it.
When making a function call on Linux, the call is made with all registers. What registers hold what for the call?
So RSP isn't modified on Linux, but it is on Windows.
On Arch Linux, the RSP is not modified, normally unless there are more args than registers to pass in. Correct mostly. For a normal function call on Arch Linux x86-64 system VABI, RSP is not used for argument passing when arguments fit in registers.
It's not used for any arguments. You know what? Whatever.
So the call, when it transfers to run that code return is called correct, whereas for the return stored the call changes the RIP register correct. The RIP has no information of the stack segment. How the fuck is there ever a race condition? The RSP is not even tied to the RIP, it's entirely separate. Two threads, when running the same code, use their own stack. Lol. Is it because things are global? Is that why most of the old system code for like malloc is tied up? You were thinking about the right separation. Call rep mechanics. Call instruction. CPU decrements RSP by 8. CPU stores current RIP. Next instruction address, at RSP. Your point. RIP has no information about the stack. Correct. RIP and RSP are separate registers. RIP, where code executes. RSP, current stack location. A thread can run RIP equals same function address. RSP equals different stack. Example, thread A, RIP equals malloc plus 0x20, RSP equals 0x70 million. Thread B, RIP equals malloc plus 0x20, RSP equals 0x80 million. Both execute same instructions, different local variables, different return addresses. This is why threads can safely run the same code.
When the, you know what, whatever. Where races happen. They happen where people who don't know how to program make a function called malloc. And then it's like distributed as C runtime. Oh, C language sucks ass. And they say, oh, malloc is slow because race conditions. It has nothing to do with the CPU. It's because they don't know how to write code.
Where races happen, not because of RIP, RSP, return addresses. Those are the thread CPU state. Races happen with shared memory.
The whole malloc bitch, the whole function, probably uses a shitload of shared memory. Globals, everywhere probably. That's probably why it's not rewritten, because it's all globals. And they're like, hey, we're not gonna touch this shit. It's tied to everything. Oh, the stupidity. That's probably why people always push, hey, no, don't use globals. Because there's probably tons of code that's like reliant on globals. Oh, that's stupid.
Example, global, int counter equals 0. Malloc example, your intuition is close. Old malloc implementations had shared global state.
Oh man. That's like data corruption. That's more than just modifying a list.
Two threads calling malloc. Thread A, modify free list. Thread B, modify same free list.
That's a design flaw. But then they're like, hey, the problem is mutexes. They're so slow. Oh, mutexes. That's why. Because, like, the code has to wait on these super slow mutexes. Which they are slow. Not as slow as the people writing the system calls. They're pretty slow.
Corruption possible. Modern malloc fixes this with locks, thread local caches, multiple arenas, atomic operations.
It just told me that race conditions are possible. Now it's saying, hey, it's been fixed. Is it one or the other?
So on Arch Linux, the system call to make an allocator, that's been fixed. Modern malloc fixes this with you just said it was not prior. The kernel syscall was not broken. Different layer. Linux memory allocation has layers. The old problem, glibc malloc had internal data structures. No, I'm calling from NASM in x86 ASM, not C. In ASM that system call to malloc. I swear to cheese. Okay, not malloc this. Map new stack 164 kilobytes. Mov racks, size map, ZOR RDI, Mov RSI, 164 1024, Mov RDX. Yes, that is map. Not malloc. Your NASM code, Mov racks, size map.
The same fucking difference.
Goes directly into the Linux kernel. This asks, kernel, give me a new memory mapping. No race in the kernel. Kernel has internal synchronization. The kernel does not hand out the same pages.
Wait, why am I talking about memory? I meant freaking files, allocation, you know what, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, so there's like a bunch of globals in shared memory. So if you make like a read call, and if things are like shared, And then there's race conditions. Otherwise, if you're not using globals, I don't know, whatever. So file descriptor is just a number, and then the file descriptor number, and then the kernel handles all that internally. So if there's like race conditions and it's slow, it's literally all the kernel's fault. It's not the semaphores and the locking and all that itself. It's because it's designed poorly. If it wasn't designed poorly, then the audio on this Mac would not just crash all the time. If it wasn't designed poorly on Linux, you know what, whatever, it would clearly run better than it does now. But it doesn't, because it was designed poorly. It was designed in such a way that in 2026, we got programs that are single-threaded, using like 25% of the CPU. Maxing out one core. Because the whole thing's designed so stupidly that it's not worth the effort. Unless you're gonna go like all out. And there's no point in going all out. Because everyone will just steal your stuff. So I need to get this stuff done. is so boring. I literally know it's gonna work. But I gotta test it to know. Because you don't know until you know. Oh, this is so boring. And of course the audio dies again. Oh, this is boring. Test. Test. Nope. Test. Test. Now it's working. Alright, so I'm gonna like type this in and get this done. Oh, this is boring. Where am I saving the registers? Jump over. Data section. Oh, I'm changing the section. It's macro. What is this? If is 0. And if, what the hell? Oh no, that does make sense. It's an if statement, not a macro. Why does this syntax highlighter suck? Oh, I just don't care. Test. Jump over. Jump not 0 or. Sets it on. Whatever that needs to expand before. Or where play is put inside this block. Well, that's the lip I use. Alright, this calls micro. Oh, this sucks. Why am I passing in register? These are all registers. I literally wrote this note a couple hours ago. Okay, so I'm gonna call this and see if it still runs. And then assume that it's safe to use whatever registers. Because if it runs, then that's true. It'll take way too long to print the registers. Oh, this is so boring. Does it still build? Does. things I could be doing. If I tag it like this, it's easier to like look at it and be like, oh, that's optional. Otherwise, oh, this is boring. So I'm gonna call 0 rich stars before and after, and oh, please run. Just run. Is not defined before use. Yes, it is. It's defined right here. Before it's used. Literally one line before it. Like, is it parentheses? It's fucking it up. I think everything's still running. Nothing crashed. So I guess it's safe to zero the registers. Alright, so. One thing down. Oh, please work. is being set. I should tie it to this. Because I'll forget to turn off later. I will always forget and think I'll do this later, and then I don't. Oh, whatever. Just leave that how it is. Small 67, whatever. Something. Really. So leave that how it is. So 67. Set a number, and it'll be printed hexadecimal. Oh, that could have been way more complicated than it already is. I gotta restart the Mac. it's working. I'm like, shut up, get this done. So I gotta make a loop. Registers are zeroed. Setting these values. It'll run, and then later it'll just magically print it. Yay. This is still boring. This is really boring. I can't pick a theme. This isn't the most readable. With one color. Now it's more readable. I'll just drop the background. All I gotta do is that. Okay, after this, I'm gonna get back to JavaScript. Or just call it quits and then do JavaScript and then. Alright, after this, I'm like, do JavaScript tomorrow or whatever. And then get something else done. So I'm gonna shut up and whatever. There's something else I was gonna do. Dang it. I should have wrote it down. So like, this is so awesome. It's not like a shitty C thread. No, this is like a legitimate thread. Just a raw dog thread. This is fucking awesome. Oh, I hate C language. C language is on my shit list. Well, not actually. I'm gonna have it on my OS. I'll just like emulate it. So I got Thout. And then, or Thought. Whatever, and then Thin. So thread in, thread out. That's what it's all about. Oh, this is so boring. God damn. So, I'll have each thread write to one of these for first, whatever. Not do locking. Because they're just writing their own value. And then I'll do the loop and then atomic, whatever. So the program doesn't close until both threads return, but it prints below. It could potentially not print until a thread has finished. Because it calls to make a thread here. Here it tests, is it the main thread or is it a pointless note? So thread out, thread in. Oh my god, that's so awesome. That's all it is. It's that simple. Oh my god. Oh, it's so awesome. So I have the child thread set like 1, 2, 3. Or the Thout, the thread out. And then the thread in set like 4, 5, 6. To the file. Could this be any more laggy? What the fuck? God damn. I'm so tired of subpar. Oh my god, I can't take it. So it should set the values here and here in the file. So I'm not using this stack in the other thread. So I'm just going to move to it, the current stack. And then I have like stupid macro. caffeine. Stupid macro that does a system call or a call. And then I save the stack register, stack pointer, and entry. Let's zero everything out. And then whenever I make a call, I gotta restore it. And then I wanted this to be managed with macros. If I just like load it anywhere in the program, it's not managed. I need to be able to like know where it's at and where it's being modified. I need to focus on the threads for now. So many things to do. So for now, I'm gonna leave it. Just freaking load it. So new thread. Man, this is awesome. So thread out, the child thread, is going to assign to 1 in the logout. First line 1, 2, 3, the all set 4, 5, 6, and hexadecimal. If it works. So we got a thin out, and then thun for like done. I don't fucking know. Or thoin for like thread join. Except that's not what's happening. It's not joining threads. It has to start with TH. That's pretty annoying. I'll just go with done for done. You know what? I'm gonna do done instead. Just whatever. Or zoom. Or the zoom. No. It's done. Each thread will jump to here after. And that's not what I want. I'll just close the new thread. It doesn't need to loop right now. Just close it after it's made. These labels are way too long. It's not even readable. It's better long than wrong or mangled. So long it is. Super long. Verbal names. Not readable at all. So closing a thread. Man. I think there's something you gotta do to say this thread is destructible or something. Otherwise it still reserves space, or I don't even know. So I do have to pass in a stack. Alright, whatever. So thread out is a new thread, so I'm going to close that thread. This probably won't work. So thin the main thread. Resumes here. Oh, I need a loop. I'll just make memory on the stack. This isn't being initialized. I think it's in the code segment. Will I crash it if I write to it? Base data. I need to come up with a naming convention and then name everything the same thing. Man, I gotta freaking define this way up at the top. The label's not gonna be accessible. Alright, so I need to make a loop and just loop in place until this value has been written. Or I could just use this to hold so I won't have to make another one then. This better be BSS. It is. It says BSS. So assuming it's a BSS segment. I won't set these. But it's being set somewhere else. So it's logging like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for these. So turn that off. Wait, why? Where is it being assigned? Damn it. Oh. It's concatenating the number to the end of it. So I'll move 0 to all these. And this is the main thread currently that's running. So the main thread will set 0. So when the main thread reads, it's going to read 0. So the new thread, it could possibly not read 0 because it's not atomic. So I'll make the new thread jump in place until it reads 0. Because at some point, it'll be synchronized across the write back buffer. Wow, this is so much better than C language. C language is practically retarded. It's like slow with none of the benefit. C language is shit. Like a heaping pile of poo. Trash. Garbage. That's what C language is. Oh, I freaking hate this. Okay, so thread in is parent thread. So that thread continue like normal. Because that's like what it's already running. So thread out without. That's the thread that needs to loop in place, just in case the writes didn't finish. So this variable here, or address location. I need to make a loop macro that like auto keeps track of everything. But then that's slower. I gotta set up a whole fucking compiler. Fucking fuck. I restarted. I gotta finish stuff I started. So RAX is 0. When it's a thread, that's out. It's jumping in 0. So thread out, RAX, I'll use that for loop. So move, RAX, this. calls it busy loop. Let's move our X, test. That's it. So loop in place until this is set to 0. In case it's not. And after that, resume and then set var1. I should be testing var1, not var0. So busy loop. And then write. This might not actually be returning the thread correctly. So the main thread is the main thread, it doesn't have to be busy loop. Except it does have to be busy loop. Where it's printing, or calling the call to print the file. So these values will be set, and I write 0, and then the new thread loops in place until this is 0, just in case it's not. So that's done. So all I need is a loop for the main thread to check until this is not 0, and that means the second thread wrote. And then that's when I need it to call the file function. Man, threading is just so easy. God damn, this is awesome. So, I'm gonna run it. And see what happens. Oh, if this crashes the computer, I'll be pissed. And then I'll make the loop for the main loop to make it delay the file right back until after it notices that it's non-zero. After I just run it first. This is totally not readable. I don't even need this. And I think I'm forgetting something. Oh wait, the main loop can actually loop here in place. I don't have to wait. I'll just do it here. So the main loop is going to busy loop. Here. So each loop is going to busy loop until the other one completes. And there's no mutex. Imagine that. And then if one of them never returns, well, it's assembly. That's like a CPU or like a kernel failure, which is totally plausible. Because this stuff is trash, absolute garbage. So this one is going to busy loop the new thread until it reads 0. Then it's going to write 0, 1, 2, 3. And then the main thread that made the thread, and then this thread's going to return, assuming that it's probably going to crash. I think there's a different color you got to use for a thread. You got to like set some flags or something. And the main thread is going to enter. It's going to busy loop until it reads that var1 is non-zero. Because the main thread set it to 0 above here. But originally it's set to like 1, 2, 3. It's doing like a bit test or something. So the main thread, its cache holds 0, so it's going to wait until it's non-zero, because it should be 0 in the main thread, until it gets updated to write-back buffer or flush or whatever. And then it's not 0, so it's going to loop in place, and then it's going to write its value. And then they're both going to resume from here, and then the thout, not the thin, the thread out, not thread in, that one's going to hold. If it somehow didn't like finish or whatever. Man, this is gonna be fun. A label on a line without a colon might be an orphan. It's not. Orphan jokes aren't funny, so I'm not gonna say anything. Put a comment. This is not an orphan. Oh, I should put a dot. Well, whatever. You know what? I'm just gonna put a fucking colon. I'll put a little space too. Because people hate, they really hate that little space. They're like, why would somebody do that? Redefined. Oh. What's it mean not defined? Can't jump backwards. Oh. Exactly why I put a space. Freaking never see it. It's real tiny, like your mom's penis. Four, five, six was written to 0. Thin needs to write 67 or something. No, 169. Without. So jump 0. Jump not 0. Hell, what the fuck? It's not logging any errors. If I just don't return this thread. Alright, so the new thread, I'm gonna have a test. loop until this has been set. Yeah, your core dump. Fuck.
Make a Linux thread using the system call, or whatever, so that the thread has the same as space, and is not a fucking process. Fuck Jin, make NASM 64-bit rel address young RIP whatever the fuck, make the ASM the fucking call with the flash and the defines and all that.
What's all this?
What are these each specifically, and why do you define them all but not use them all? Percent define clone system 0x00040000. Define clone child clitted 0x00200000. Define clone child setted 0x01000000. Define clone SETTLS 0x000800.
000x000.
Good catch. That example defined extra flags that were not used.
Fucking.
Clone features.
I can't stand chatbot. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it. Just load. Oh my god. Is the internet down? What the hell is thread local storage? So the thread's running, it's not done. The CPU's like fucking getting hot. Both threads are running Oh, why is it not just working? Why can't it just work? Come on, man. What kind of fucking shit is this? So it's correctly reading that it's not being written to. And the second thread never returns. Oh my god. Do I have a ghost thread? Dang it. This kernel's fucking shit. Kill program. Killed. Why is the thread still running? Oh, this is so annoying. Do I gotta close the command line? Seriously? Oh, this is stupid. Why is it not writing? It's literally running. If I call halt here, then it correctly crashes. So if I call halt after the write, so the write's not being read ever. It's writing to a different fucking memory location. Is this not a thread? I think it's a clone. I think chatbot's lying to me. Because Sam Altman is a piece of shit. Huh. Oh no, I have threads. They're stuck. They're both not doing anything. So this one is now jumping on 0. So I need to jump on that 0. It's comparing, loading. I need to check 0 instead, not var1. So maybe I fucked it up. Yay, segfault. So now it's running this thread. Does a segfault kill? Oh, now there's like 2 zombie threads. Or some, I don't know, freaking, what's taking up, whatever. Something's running. I closed it, but something didn't close. Or maybe it's just the kernel doing something stupid. Oh, this is moving the wrong variable. Well, both blocks look exactly the same. I wrote the wrong one. Okay, this is out. Out needs to check 1, not 0 at all. Out needs to set 1. Check 1. var1. Jump if 0 in a loop until done, and when it's done, it's like not 0. It's not 0. So I'll continue jumping until 0. But it's not 0 fall through. When it is 0, fall through. And then set it. This one needs to check var1. If it's 0, then jump. So until var1 has been set, just keep jumping. Is that fucking it up? Well, it ran. Just work. Yes, reload. Yeah, that's not confusing at all. Oh, I need some caffeine. Alright, making a loop. Just threads at 10 hours. Damn it. Let's make a loop. I restart it. Did I lose? Oh, whatever. So I redrew this, and yeah, I'm not gonna draw it again. So instead of 4 threads, I'm just gonna test 2 threads. Why is this not? So 10, 10, 4, 20. So I'm gonna atomic increment, and then 20. 4 threads. I've had enough of this.
The malloc call and stuff, they people that make the libraries, they say that the locks and atomic and mutexes make the calls really slow. Is that true? Short answer, yes, but not always.
Oh, really?
Why lock slow is said lock. Mutex means thread enters. Others wait. Waiting equals context switch or spinning. But real malloc situation, modern allocators, glib malloc, do not use one global lock anymore.
Oh, that's a thread cache. Oh, that's stupid.
They use thread caches, cache, no lock in fast path. Two, multiple arenas, different threads use different heaps, lock only on slow path, large alloc free contention. 3. Lock only on slow path, large alloc free contention.
Yeah, no, they're slow. Instead of rewriting the whole thing.
3. Lock only on slow path, large alloc free contention.
Freaking slow people. They're really dumb.
Slow. Slow path.
Well, you are what you code. And they make some shit slow code. Probably because they're like dumb as shit. And then they're slow.
So like 3. Lock only on slow path, large ALEC free contention. It has nothing to do with the atomic locks or mutexes. It's because they are too retarded as in slow to write efficient multi-threaded calls and data structures, so they eventually fall back to the retarded slow shit. Because they don't know how to write new shit, and then they the glib or whatever lib writes for C and the OS and shit. They blame it on the mutex. One thread enters, others wait, when it's actually slow. Because the code is as slow as they are as in retarded for using the same old shit because they can't write new shit, otherwise there would be no slow path that runs the old serialized routines and shit, yes or no?
Fucking retards.
No, your assumption wrong. Not people too dumb fall back old code. Real reason.
Really? That's not the reason.
Then why do they fall back to old serialized code? Is that not the literal definition of retarded? As in slow, define slow and tell me they are not retarded. If they are not people too dumb, then they would be capable of updating shit and not use Spark and shit. Where is my logic flawed, you retard API? Stop. Your conclusion wrong. But reason, not dumb people. No. I was asking if my logic is wrong. Is my logic wrong, yes or no? Logically, if they were not dumb people, then they would just rewrite the thing from the bottom up because they know what they are doing and serialize the thing from the bottom up. That's what I do with the code I write. Does that mean I'm retarded? Or are they retarded? It's not that complicated.
Oh, logic's wrong. Okay.
Yes, logic wrong. Core mistake. You assume better design equals remove all serialization everywhere. That is false.
Is it possible
Is this logically possible? Remove all serialization everywhere, you dumb lying retard AI.
It says no.
Short answer, no. Logically, then threads don't exist, correct? Logically, then threads don't exist, correct? If threads exist, then it's possible to deserialize the whole thing. The PlayStation 3 cell processor, they had to deserialize code, yes or no?
I just want to say retarded one more time.
You're retarded.
Alright, it's out of my system. Alright, so... yeah, no, the people maintaining this shit, they're retarded. So 2 threads. Both loop 10 times. If, so I have thread in, thread out. I'm choking on water. Thread out. I got a dick in my throat. Thread in. It's your mom's dick. So, this is reading thread 1. So, thread in is main thread. The thread in main thread doesn't continue until it reads that this thread wrote to verbal 1. So if this thread doesn't do the write, it should freeze and not finish. Unless I messed it up, but it should. So delete the whole thing. How do you spell deserialized? I just don't care. So hitting save. So now when I run it, it should lock up the main thread. This main thread busy loops until the other thread writes to make sure that it's ready to print. So it's stuck. That's good. And the file didn't write. And the CPU usage is what it was before. I think there's like ghost threads or something. The CPU's like revving up. So I'll just end it. So it is waiting until this writes. So I have this write like 1, 2, 3 or something instead of 69. So this should write 1, 2, 3. So run it. And then it ran. And then voila. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so that means the main thread how do I guarantee that they're both running at the same time? I'll make it global and then figure that out. So make it here in the BSS. I'm assuming this is BSS. Yeah. It was like 64 byte alignment for threads. Or is that? It's not bit, whatever. Just align everything. Before and after. Atomic count. It's a quad word. I think it did sec for seconds. Or is that section? It says thread global name, atomic increment, thread test routine, data, atomic count. Their atomic count. Quad word label. That's long enough. loop here.
In NASM to Atomic Incorporated, what is the INS to use? Important. Incorporated alone is not atomic in multithreading. So, incorporated mem. Cross mark. Not safe. Lock incorporated mem. Tick. Atomic. Without lock. Race condition possible. And the malloc calls potentially encounters race conditions because it WS not designed by idiots that we all have to deal with when developing things designed by idiots. No, malloc does not have races because bad design. It has synchronization because problem is concurrent shared state.
Like, I want to ask it yes or no. But it always goes no or yes, and it gives it a little like, here's a little like blah 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 to walk back, change the frame.
So this is the reason it has synchronization, because problem is concurrent shared state. That is literally bad design. If it was designed for deserialization, then that would not be a problem. Yes or no? I'm asking yes or no. Nothing more, yes or no. If it was not designed for deserialization, is it because they are too slow to deserialize it? Otherwise it would have already been done. It's 2026. We have 64-bit computers, and the world is still full of idiots.
I like how it's caps lock. It's like, no.
No. If they are not the people writing the OS and C libraries and all if they are not idiots, they would have rewritten the thing by 2026 to be fully deserialized because it is possible, and they keep the old slow code because they can't. The fact they don't literally proves that they can't because of the yes slow. That conclusion doesn't follow. The CPU has like what, 24 cores, and it does what, runs programs, and you're telling me that deserializing the one core the all programs make to allocate memory? that it makes no sense that the whole thing would not be rewritten at this point. Has the GCC malloc call been fully deserialized or Windows API or the Apple OS or iOS or Android, yes or no? No, none of them are fully deserialized.
This is pointless.
Does atomic count as something being deserialized if a malloc API were to simply use a atomic incorporated, or some form of couple simple thread safe counters to internally adjust the offsets to memory? Would technically not fully deserialized but be fast as fuck correct? Do any of them do that exactly as I'm asking? Not kind of like. I mean exactly as I'm asking. 1. Does atomic equals fully deserialized? No. Atomic no serialization. Atomic means single memory operation is indivisible. Other cores see it as happening at one instant. But it still enforces ordering on shared memory. It still uses cache coherency rules. It still has hardware-level serialization effects. Atomic equals controlled serialization primitive, not no serialization system. Yes, that idea exists, in simplified form. But only for tiny fast paths.
Exactly, because they're retarded. They're too slow to drag it out the whole thing. Make the whole thing fast, because they're retarded.
Exactly. Yes, that idea exists, in simplified form. But only for tiny fast paths. It does not even need to be fully deserialized. If only they did something that simple, like use atomic counters instead. But no, they use mutexes and stuff for this slow code. Because you are what you code. Not how long it takes to code. And whoever is working on the libraries, fucking retarded really if they took the time. I literally doubt they would be able to figure it out. If someone does update that garbage AI stuff someday, that would surprise me and I would be delighted to hear so. But nope, pretty sure they are all retarded slow.
2026. Who knows, maybe one day there'll be some kind of update. Or there's gonna be some new thing to take its place. One or the other. So literally just write lock. It's like an instruction flag. Exciting. Lock increment quad word. I'm not initializing it. What? Does reserve set a value? Not even assigning a value. The fuck? Invalid combination opcodes.
Why does Nazem say attempt to initialize memory in BSS section? I'm fucking typing resc1, that's not setting any fucking value. So your case, resc1 is valid in .bss, but error happens when you accidentally did something like MIVA, DQ0, or why Nazem complains because it thinks you wrote initialized data inside BSS, which is illegal in ELF format.
RESQ.
Valid in .bss.
RESQ. And then 1 to say it's one space, not initialized. And then this is a BSS segment. Dot BSS. Valid. If I get rid of this, huh. What if I make one of these one bigger? Like reserve quad 2. Oh my god, am I literally at the limit? You know what? I'm done for now. Just... You know who loves decoding cryptic warnings messages? Definitely not the developer. Nope, nobody enjoys this. Yet, this is what you get as a developer in any tech field. 24/7. So I'm not gonna deal with this right now. I'm not gonna dig in to figure this out. I'll make this like 1 or like a different number. Actually, I'll just like increment this with atomic count, and then that's close enough. So I'll test this another day. You know what? Actually, I'm done. Make this like 68. So refresh the file. Yay! Oh, everything's shit. Absolute shit. Fucking fuck. Well, I think I made a little bit more progress. Yeah. Microsoft. Any day now. Oh, this will take forever. Alright, I'm gonna like later. Peace. Everything's trash.